Hello. Thank you, Leah. Hi. How you doing? How you doing? Hi, Ren. Yeah, here we go again, respiratory. What's up, Jackie? How are you doing? It is good to see you. What's up? Costanzo. Had to sound that one out. Hello, Laura. Hello, Savannah. How you doing? Savannah with the hand. I love it. Never change. Hello. Oh man. It's good to see you guys. We are just getting started. We will start momentarily. I am hurt. Hurt, I tell you, my jokes are hilarious. Yeah, they're so funny. I laugh at them. I'm total. I've been listening to you on YouTube. Hello, that is so cool. What's up, Michelle? That's awesome. Hopefully they're helpful. That's cool if they are. If they're helpful, then that's super neat, and I am thankful for that. Um, yeah. No. What's up, Carol? Hello, hello. We will get started here in a little bit. We're going to cover Matthew chapter 9 tonight, and it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be fun. I'm enjoying this. So, for shame. Very helpful. Awesome, Michelle. Very, very cool. Carol, how's your Bible study going? Is that going pretty well? I'm glad it's not just me. Yeah. Hmm. I'm so interested in that joke. You literally said ahem last night, right when we got done, and then it's like the longest pause ever. So I can't wait to hear it. Hey, thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. Going great, Carol. That is so neat, man. I think that's so cool. Thank you, Christina. How are you doing? Are you done? Is Luke done over there? I joined Luke for probably like 10 seconds, and he was just popping off, and I was like, oh, oh my God. That's like a classic Luke. Gotta love him. VOR just ended. Very cool. Um, do you guys do like is there like a Bible study that you guys all do amongst yourselves or something like that? Or I know he mentioned before when I was listening to him talk, he said something about Discord. So I figured that there was a Discord in existence that one of his or something like that, but not really. Saturdays on Discord, that's cool. Just up to your YouTube. Hey, thanks, Eric. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. The anticipation got you, huh? Yeah. How does that look for you guys, Christina? How does that work? Who like is that like is there like all of you guys get into a chat room and then you guys talk about like you guys tell each other what you guys are going to go over and so everybody reads it throughout the week and then you guys get together or how does that look? I'm very interested. I bought a King James Bible and found it tough. Yeah, man, it is difficult. Which is why it takes a whole team. I mean, if one person was doing this all by themselves, it would be really, really rough. I use the New King James personally. I only go in once in a while. Sometimes they last hours and hours. Sometimes they watch The Chosen. Ah, gotcha. I'm in the Bible study with Bridget and Yogi. I know they come here. That's how I found you. No way. That's so cool. Yeah, Bridget and Yogi are attached at the hip. Every time I see one, I think of the other one. When I see the other one, I think of the other one. So now I can lump you in there too. That is super cool that you guys are all connected. It's not super structured. Okay, Christina, that's. I was curious. Sometimes they have a topic. Cool. Hi, Ryan. I only watch you here on TikTok and YouTube. Very cool. Um, Eric says, I'm looking for a source for study. All right. Well, um, you found a good one, in my opinion. I'm so happy you do this. We all appreciate you. Hey, North Dakota girl, what is your name? I feel bad just calling you North Dakota girl, because I'm sure there's more than one in North Dakota. So I'm trying to like remember people's names. But full send. Heidi. Did you tell me that before? Heidi. What's up, Ed King? How you doing, man? Full send, Ryan. We are going full send it. We're gonna make some pretty fun connections tonight, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be fun. And there's a lot of things that'll hopefully connect some dots for you guys. But right when we get to like close to the end, there's gonna be a pretty neat little connection that I think you guys will be really enjoy hearing, and it's going to be in the book of Mark, but we're going to be flip-flopping back and forth and whatnot. So hopefully if you're here for that, you'll catch on to it and you'll see it, and it'll be pretty cool. Lighthouse Freedom, what's up, man? How you doing? Or wait, man, you're not a man. I think I remember that. I think I said man last time. Hello, Lighthouse. What's up, Arthur? How you doing, man? Catching up on YouTube. Thanks for posting. Absolutely. I'm on time. Yay. Where are you, Christina? Oh, you're talking to Christina. Christina, South. Oh, you're in South Dakota? Heidi is asking where you're from in South Dakota. She's from Rapid City. Hello, Sandy. I'm off to bed. Hopefully I'll see a recorded version. Absolutely, Eric. It'll be uploaded to YouTube sometime this week. I'm one upload behind right now, and after tonight I'll be two uploads behind, so I'll get caught up sooner or later. Hopefully. Your son lives in... Oh, man. Have a good night, Eric. Sandy, hello. Correct. I'm a Lady Debbie. Lady Debbie. Sometimes names stick with me when I see a profile picture, and sometimes they don't. What's up, Katie? Hello. Hello. All right. Well, Katie, what is up with me is we are just started. We've been doing this for about 6 minutes now, and we're about to dive into the recap, and then we will go. We're going to full send it, as Ed King says, and get into chapter 9 tonight. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it, Ed King. Thank you so much. This is my alt, so no biggie. All right. An alternate account. Oh, yeah, just in case somebody, there's some fake accounts out there that say that they're me. So just be mindful that I only have this one and my secondary account, which is It's Sheesh 2.0. So if you follow any of the other It's Sheeshes, those are not me. Somebody messaged me and said that they were trying to get me to have them send money to an orphanage or something, and I was like, yeah. Like that is not me. So just be mindful. Full send. Right, Christina. What's up, Amanda? Hello. Cheryl. Hello, Cheryl. I keep telling my friends all about you. That is awesome. Are you still trying to promote your second account? Not really, Leah. I don't really. I feel so weird promoting things to begin with. Yeah, not really. No, I'm not really worried about the secondary one. It is what it is. I think there's like close to 900 or so over there anyways, so I think that might be enough to go live. I haven't tried it out, but yeah, I think it's fine. Just the YouTube really is really what I actually would like people to be aware of, because if people are here, then they already know about this, and then the YouTube would be optimal. Hopefully that answers your question. Hey, thanks, ND Girl, for telling everybody. I was just gonna say Heidi. Thank you for telling everybody about this. I think that's super cool. All right. That was much louder than what I wanted it to be, because that just popped my eardrum. Let's do this thing. It does. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. I guess before we get started, I didn't know if anybody has any super interesting questions or anything like that, because if you do, now would be the time. And still paying attention to what's going on over in Israel. So I was watching Eric Steckelback, and he made the comment that the Jerusalem Post released an article about how a while ago, like a couple months ago, Israel destroyed one of their Russian-made surface-to-air missiles. They just completely took it out, and that really alerted the Iranian government. And so the Jerusalem Post made the claim that that was what is one of the reasons why Iran is taking so long to respond, because that piece of equipment was so heavily guarded, and the fact that Israel was able to take it out when it was among so many other things that are in charge of the Iranian government really sent shockwaves throughout the Iranian government. And so they are just probably scratching their heads like, how in the world did how did they destroy that? And so they've been trying to get that piece of equipment from Russia for the longest time. They're like, give it to us, give it to us, give it to us. And then they finally gave it to the Iranian government. And then right when they got it, Israel eliminated it. And I just think that's so interesting. But that's one of the reasons, I'm sure, that they're weighing on why they are not, haven't responded yet. Who knows? It almost seems like they have to respond. It's really fascinating because it's probably been close to 30 days since they made those threats of there is going to be massive repercussions for what they did in Tehran. But it's interesting that it's taking this long. And so they came out and they said that it was actually going to happen, and nothing's happened. So what's going on? I do think something will happen just because they made so many statements publicly saying that they're going to pay dearly. So it's really interesting. One of the guys, his name is Amir Pinto. He is TBN. He's on TBN. You could look him up on YouTube. He does a really good job. He's boots on the ground. He's a Jewish reporter over there, and he has a biblical perspective, and he has been telling people on his channel, which has a lot of people following him, but he's been telling people that right when Iran does something, that the Israeli government is going to act quickly and swiftly. They're just going to completely just destroy something massive over there that's going to topple their Iranian regime, which is, something that the Iranian government is weighing. And it's just, it's just really these people. There's so many things going on, but everybody's still waiting for this big old threat to take place. And I don't know when, but I feel like they have to do something. The question is, when is it going to happen? But if TikTok does get banned, does this happening? Not cool at all. Is that cutting out? I have my hello Jesus Liz. How you doing? I've been messaged about sending money to an orphanage here on TikTok by fake account, but a different. Oh yeah, that's definitely not me. Keeps going to pause. Okay, that is unfortunate. Hopefully that doesn't do that again. Hello Debbie, thank you so much. Thank you. What's up, Shoba? How you doing? I just saw that you joined. But yeah, Jordan, that is definitely not me. So if somebody's messaging you about orphanage, then yeah, just don't. Or you can comment on their videos and say, this isn't sheesh. That would also be that would also be helpful. All right, so let's go ahead and do this thing. We are going to get started. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going through the Bible, and we are going book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, and it's so much fun. We're having a lot of fun doing it. And so if you are looking for a Bible study, this is one of those that is a study where you go through it verse by verse. And so it really forces you to touch on certain topics that typically a lot of people try to shy away from in some of the churches that are out there. And so, it's, I'm not saying that I'm going to give you the right answer every single 100% of the time, but I at least can give you a different perspective. And I always try to keep the main thing the main thing. And the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. That's the one thing I want you to understand more than anything else. And there's only one way, and that is by believing that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, and that he died on the cross for your sins and my sins. And then he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Paul tells us in Ephesians 2:8-9, he says, for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is the opposite of pride on how you get saved. It is lowering yourself, being humble and humbling yourself and acknowledging that you can't do it. That is what you need to come to the realization. You can't do it. It is not you. It is your putting your faith in what Christ's completed work is on the cross. And that is what we need to understand more than anything else. And so I hopefully you understand that. And if you do, then awesome. If you don't, and if you have any questions about it, feel free to reach out to me here on TikTok. I would love to talk to you. You don't need to follow me here on any of these social medias, but if you do have any questions about anything at any time, feel free to message me here. My messages are open for anybody. And if I don't know the answer, I will definitely dig into it for you and try to unpack it and help you out the best that I can. But all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube account up here in my TikTok profile if you are interested in that. And we've done all the other studies like Revelation, Ruth, Daniel, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, which was, man, every time I think about Zechariah now, I just get all giddy because it makes me think of those Orthodox Jews that my wife and I were able to witness to. And that was just I thoroughly enjoyed that. And I wish I could. The one thing I was kicking myself is that I didn't get their phone number, and I should have. I didn't get their, any kind of contact information, but I think that would have been kind of fun to start some kind of a relationship with them because, I mean, we already spent so much time with them on our little mini vacation when we went to Boston. But I didn't do that. So maybe one of you guys will run into them and you guys can carry the ball to the end zone, which would be super cool. But all of this is going to be uploaded to YouTube, like I said. And so we are diving into the book of Matthew. And if you're new here, we always do a study on the book of, we always do a recap on every chapter that we've already touched on. So if you've missed any of the other chapters, then we'll kind of touch on those chapters a little bit. And maybe I'll say something in a different kind of way, or something will connect, but it's really just a refresher. But the book of Matthew, it's good to know a little bit of the backstory. The backstory of Matthew from Malachi. Malachi is the last book in the Old Testament. Matthew is the first book in the New Testament. And so the question is, what happens in between Malachi and Matthew? Well, in order to understand that, you really need to dive back into Daniel chapter 2, which if you've been here for any of these studies, then you probably have heard this a million times by now because of how many times we've gone back to specifically Daniel chapter 2. I mean, really just thinking about Daniel 2. It is a huge lighthouse in the middle of the Old Testament that kind of like shines the way to where we need to go and which way we are going to be going, because Daniel forecasts the future empires not from man's point of view, but from God's point of view. And so that's the important thing to really understand. You shouldn't care how I think or how anybody else thinks. You should care how God thinks, because when we learn more about God, then we're more mindful of the things of Him, and we grow closer to Him because we learn what He wants and what He doesn't want, what He hates, what He loves. When we do those things, because we are trying to live a life that is representing and reflecting Him. And so that's the whole point of being a Christian. Once you're born again, that's awesome, but you're supposed to be living out loud in a sense and let people know. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. That's the name of the game right there. Reflection. But there's there's a gap about 400 years in between Malachi and the book of Matthew, and that is where you get into those four empires that Daniel gives you. Daniel gives you four world empires from God's point of view. He gives you Babylon, Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, and the Roman Empire. And so if you were to dive into all the things that took place in between Malachi and Matthew, you will learn about the Medo-Persian Empire and the Greek Empire. You will learn about those because those things all took place within this little itty-bitty period of time that some people refer to as the silent years. That's what some people refer to it as. I don't know why they refer to it as silent, because that's already documented. I think it's mainly has to do with because God wasn't talking to the people. And, I mean, you can take that and run with it however you would like to. But what I think is important to understand before you dive into the book of Matthew is to understand the tensions that was going on. So after the Alexander the Great fell, the Roman Empire started to emerge, and the Roman Empire starts taking over all kinds of land, and they start growing, and they got huge. Well, in that Roman Empire, there's a guy named Pompey, and he was rising through the ranks. He became such a great general, and he started mustering up a lot of people behind him, and so he decided to challenge Julius Caesar. And so you had these two big heavy hitters going head to head, and there was a civil war inside the Roman Empire. Well, Caesar came out on top, and so after Pompey died, Caesar awards all of his generals, the people who were looking out and loyal to Caesar, he rewards them, and he gives them promotions, and he does all these things just to try to help them succeed, just how anybody naturally would. And so there's this guy named Antipater who he puts as procurator over Judea. Now, a procurator is just somebody who's in charge of like the judicial matters, and hey, thank you, Nina, and in charge of taxing the people, and he's in charge of those kind of things. And so he's like the top dog in Judea. And so Antipater puts his son Herod as king. Hey, thank you, Yabudi. But he puts his son Herod, and he appoints Herod, or he uses his influence to allow his son Herod to become king of Judea, or king of the Jews. And so you have this guy who is appointed king of the Jews. Now, just because Herod is appointed king of the Jews doesn't mean that the Jewish people are okay with this Gentile king being over them. They are being oppressed. It's not an okay thing. If you are a Jewish person during this time, it's not okay. And so these people, they start pushing back. And so this whole relationship with the Roman Empire and the Jewish people is not something that has it's not a good relationship whatsoever. Even when Pompey even went inside the Holy of Holies, and he did exactly what Antiochus Epiphanes did, and it was not something that you should ever do. That's super disrespectful to the Jewish people, and that is just, if you want to rub them the wrong way, then that's what you would do. And so they knew this. They didn't like the Romans. The Romans were oppressing them, but that doesn't mean that all the Romans were bad. There were some Romans, a centurion specifically that we talked about last night, who actually was a friend of the Jewish people. And so when I say Romans, I don't want you to think all Romans bad or anything like that, but there's this stigma that's attached to the Romans. But what's interesting when you start diving into the Gospels is that you'll find that when the Jewish people are getting persecuted, the people who are persecuting the Jews the most is the Jews. The Jewish people were persecuting the Jews, which is interesting. And so you have all of these religious sects inside the Judaism, inside Judaism. And so you have the Pharisees, you have the Sadducees, you have another group, I forget what their name is called, but there's two main groups. And so you have all of these circles inside the Jewish faith, and these people said they're wrong, these people said they're wrong, and so you're like trying to navigate like what's going on there. And the Pharisees are a part of the Sanhedrin, and they basically were the interpreters for the law. And so the Pharisees were the ones who basically gave their definition on how to live a holy life. And so they were so legalistic. Anyways, during the Roman Empire, there's another nation, there's another empire that was in existence at the same time as the Roman Empire, and that's the Parthian Empire. And so we'll talk more about that when we get to Matthew chapter 2. But diving into Matthew chapter 1, you get the genealogy of Jesus with Joseph. You dive into the first 16, 17 verses, and it's all about Joseph's genealogy. when you get to verse 11, Matthew chapter 1, verse 11, you stumble upon a guy named Jeconiah. And so this is really probably the most fascinating out of all of them, just because of the curse that is on Jeconiah. And so when I say curse, what I mean is a blood curse. A blood curse is on his line, all of his offspring. Anybody who was born from Jeconiah down was not able to be sitting on the throne of David. And it's important to understand that in order to be a king in Israel, you needed to be from the tribe of Judah. You needed to be from the root of David. And so in order to be a king in Israel, you have to be from the root of David. Now, what's interesting about this genealogy is that this is Joseph's genealogy in Matthew chapter 1. But it's important to understand Mary's genealogy that is documented in Luke chapter 3. So you have two genealogies. They both go all the way down to David. And then the very next one in Joseph's genealogy, right after David, is Solomon. But in Mary's genealogy, it's Nathan. Because David had multiple kids. He had multiple sons. And so Luke's genealogy goes to Nathan, and Joseph's genealogy goes to Solomon. Now, hey, thank you, Sharia. Thank you so much. And so it's really cool to see how God orchestrated everything. He basically was saying that this is not this blood curse, Jeconiah, you're messing up, you're doing it wrong, you're doing it wrong, you're doing it wrong, and because you're so wicked, I am going to put a blood curse on you and your descendants. And so that's crazy, because if you're Satan during this time, you're probably just like sitting back like, whoa, God, you just did all my work for me. Hey, WC, thank you. And so it's just interesting to see like how this probably came about, like how news spread in the spiritual world. Be like, oh, God just put a blood curse on Jeconiah. Oh man, he just shot himself in the foot essentially. What's he gonna do now? How's he gonna get around that one? Well, that's why it's cool to learn about Mary's genealogy, because that's the genealogy where he was born from. He was born of Mary. And that goes all the way back to Genesis chapter 3, where it talks about the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman. The seed of the woman. Thank you, Sharia. It's interesting. There was somebody who was commenting on my most recent video that I just put out on TikTok, and she was like, I'm glad you didn't mention Isaiah chapter 7 and Isaiah chapter 53. Thank you, Sharia. And I was like, why? I was like, yeah, those are good ones. Why are you glad I didn't mention them? And she's like, because those don't apply to Jesus. And I was like, well, that's really curious. I was like, what do you mean they don't apply to Jesus? And so she was trying to tell me, and the entire time I'm like, just like trying to be like, okay, just like, how do I handle this? Hey, thank you, Magda. And so she, like, I still don't understand. She was trying to, you could go read the conversation. It's open for anybody. Thank you, Sharia. And it's just interesting that people don't see things, and they don't see it. Like clearly Isaiah chapter 7 talks about the virgin birth, and she was saying it doesn't relate to the virgin birth. It doesn't talk about Mary. And I was just like, okay. And then she said Isaiah 53 doesn't talk about Jesus, and I was like, okay. Anyways, I don't know. It's really tough to know where people are coming from, the tone. Are they actually interested? Because reading a text message, depending on what kind of mood you are in, it kind of determines whether or not you decipher their text message to you in a good kind of way or a bad kind of way. Because you never really know how people are really coming across over a text message. Anyways, Jeconiah is really curious, but also in Matthew chapter 1, you have the 5 women that are mentioned in that entire genealogy in Matthew chapter 1, which I think is very interesting, because women are not mentioned typically in genealogies, but here there are 5 of them. Anyways, we get all the way to Matthew chapter 2, and in Matthew chapter 2, you have these magi who show up, and I think these guys are some of the coolest people. Just saying the name magi, how cool is that? Like, that is some Arabian Nights kind of stuff right there. But Arabian Nights, but you have these magi, and they just come out of nowhere. They just show up. All right, Syria, thank you so much. They just show up out of nowhere, and they arrive, and they start talking to Herod, and they go up to Herod, who was they go up to Herod, who was the appointed king of the Jews, and they go up to the current king, and they say, Where is he who was born king of the Jews? And so you can just imagine how this comes across to Herod, because the tensions were high between the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire. So Herod is a part of the Roman Empire, and the Parthian Empire is where the Magi came from. And so the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire were just going head to head, and they were battling each other. And then out of nowhere, the Magi make the longest traveling distance ever to show up to find this child. And how did they know about this child? How did they know where to go? How did they know where to look? How did they know when to go? All of these things, there's so many questions about these guys, and I don't have all the answers for them. But what I think is very provocative is when you go back to Daniel chapter 4 and 5, you learn that Daniel was appointed the chief of the Magi. He was appointed over them. And what's interesting about that is that the Magi, if you go and read Daniel chapter 4 and 5, you'll learn that that is not something you ever get appointed over. It's a hereditary priesthood. So the Magi was something that you had to be born into, and then you had to rise through the ranks because of your you were born into it. Now Daniel, this Jew, comes along and is appointed over all of them. And so you have this one Jewish person who is in the middle of all of these Gentiles, and he is trying to tell them how to operate. And that's really crazy, because that's why they tried to throw him into the lion's den, because they hated him so badly. Anyways, that didn't work out well for him. But after that event, you have to just use your imagination in a sense, because if Daniel, the Daniel, is in charge of the Magi, you know, without even having to be told, without the Bible even telling us, you know, he was telling everybody that he was over, that he was in control over, about Jesus. That he was telling everybody about this one who would be born, where he would be born, how to find, where to look, all of these things. And Daniel basically just starts this ripple effect, and it just goes all the way throughout time. And then finally, Matthew chapter 2, Jesus is born, and when Jesus is born, that's when the Magi show up, and it's at a very tense time. And so you have King Herod, who is a Roman, and he's over these Jewish people, which this relationship is not good. And then the Parthians, the Magi, start coming in, and this relationship isn't good. So King Herod, who is appointed king of the Jews, has a trifecta, there's this terrible relationship going all over the place, and it's just like all kinds of tense situations. And so that's why it tells you that all of Jerusalem was troubled with him in Matthew chapter 2 verse 3. And so when you go to Matthew chapter 2 verse 9, in Matthew chapter 2 verse 9, I think it's very interesting that it says, when they heard the king, they departed, and behold, the star which they had seen in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. I think, it makes sense to me, and I could be wrong, but it kind of makes sense to me that this star was not a regular star. It wasn't two planets, rotating back and forth that made it look like it was two, or a single star. But it could possibly be the Shekinah glory, which I think is very curious. I think that's really cool, because you see the Shekinah glory being used in all kinds of different ways throughout Scripture. And why not here is the question. Why not here? I mean, it was there at Pentecost with the flames at Pentecost. It was there in Ezekiel chapter 10 when the glory of the Lord departed from the temple, and then he dwelled over. He stood on top of the Mount of Olives, and then he went over here. He went over here. He went back to the Mount of Olives, and then he ascended up into heaven, which ironically enough is the exact same thing that Jesus did when he was here. I mean, if you are a Jewish mind, you think of, if you're a Gentile like you and I, you look at prophecy as there is a prediction, and then sometime in the future there is a fulfillment. But if you look at it from a Jewish point of view, they pay attention to patterns. Pattern. And if it happened here, and if it happened again, they would typically pay attention to the same thing happening more than once. And so if you are able to talk to a Jewish person, you'd be like, hey, do you see what the glory of the Lord did here, the Shekinah glory, when he left the temple? He went here, here, and here, and then he ascended up. Well, here in the book of Matthew, and here in the book of Mark, and here in the book in Acts, where did Jesus ascend up into heaven? What did he do? It's just it's a parallel, and that is something that Jewish people would pay attention to if they read the New Testament. Now, those Messianic Jews who are believers in Christ actually do see those parallels, and they just can't not see it anymore. But we know that they are blind in part. The Jewish people are blind in part until the fullness of the Gentiles comes in. So those things are very interesting. But in Matthew chapter 2, verse 11, you see that these wise men, these magi, there was more than 3 of them, because they came from about 1,000 to 1,500 miles away. They find Jesus and they fall down and they just start to worship him. And I love that. Ryan, I get it, but hard to explain to others. Can you explain the Shekinah glory? The Shekinah glory, I mean, it's basically is like when the Israelites were wandering through the wilderness, they were following a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. It's like the manifestation of God himself. It's like this was representing of him. It's a part of his glory. It's his glory. And so when the temple was built, when Solomon built the temple, all of the priests had to run out of it because the glory of the Lord filled that place, and it was like all this like smoke in a sense was coming out of it, and so that was emblematic of where the glory of the Lord was. Another example is in Exodus chapter 2, I think it is, in the burning bush, when Moses looks out and he sees a bush that's on fire, but the bush isn't being consumed. That's the angel of the Lord there, but it was in the form of a burning bush, which is representation of where the glory of the Lord was. And so hopefully that makes some sense. But also at Pentecost, and so with the flames over their head, that's a representation. And that's just to touch on it really fast. But going back to the recap in Matthew chapter 2, verse 11, these wise men showed up and they gave Jesus 3 gifts: gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Now, yeah, absolutely, Debbie. And so it's really fascinating to really just let that sink in. I know I said it a million times, but if I keep saying it, then you'll never forget it. These magi showed up and they gave Jesus gold, which this shows that they had understanding of his kingship and his deity. That's what they were saying. You are royalty and you are God. And so that's what gold represents when they gave that to a little 2-year-old boy who was completely helpless at this time, right? And so then they gave him frankincense, which foretells about his priestly duties. Like there is one mediator between God and man, and that is the man Jesus Christ. He is constantly interceding for you and I. He is a high priest. And so that is what he's doing. And praise God for that. But that's what frankincense is talking about. So you have gold representing his kingship. You have frankincense representing his priestly office. And then you have myrrh, which represents he is going to die. And so these magi had this understanding that he's going to be God, he's going to be king, he's going to be priest, and he is also going to die. That is so unbelievable because there were people who were living in Judea at this time who didn't know this. And so these magi, these Gentiles who came all the way from a different place, traveled all the way just to find Jesus, and they are telling you so much about him in just 3 gifts. And I think that is so stinking neat. It is unbelievable the amount of faith that these people had. I mean, if you tell me that if I drive 10 minutes down the road just to like see something really cool, like I'm just gonna be like, you know what, I don't really want to do that, right? Like that's 10 minutes away and I got to drive there. You know, I might get stopped at the light, like, oh man, it's raining outside. You know, like all of these excuses start coming up. These dudes were so motivated. They wanted to see Jesus. And it's not like their faith was so unbelievable. Like, you know how when Peter got out of the boat and he started looking around in the waves and then he started falling in and Jesus grabbed him and he's like, oh, ye of little faith. And it's just like one of those things like, well, what do you mean? Like, I'm the only one who got out of the boat. Like, what do you got to say about those guys? But like, it's interesting because these magi, they go to Jesus, and they had nobody else was like holding their hand. They're just like talking amongst each other. And they're a group of guys. They had their own Bible studies, and they're pumping each other up, and they're like paying attention to the signs of the times. And they're focusing on the word, and they're like, hey guys, this is happening. Let's go. And so they're like, man, I mean, I just can only imagine, like, I mean, you know how you just start playing off of each other, you just like, yeah, and like you start hyping each other up. And I think it's so neat to see that kind of stuff happening because, you know, I'm not saying that these dudes were like chest bumping each other like on the way there or anything like that. They're probably like, oh, my butt's so sore from riding on these camels. I don't know what they were riding, but you know, camels are cool. They got humps. My lovely lady. But in Matthew chapter 3, moving on to Matthew chapter 3, yeah, let's go. In Matthew chapter 3, you're introduced to a guy named John the Baptist. John the Baptist is just, he's the friend of the bridegroom, which is really interesting because we're going to be talking about the bridegroom tonight. And yeah, can you imagine traveling for months? No, I can't. That would be so terrible. But in Matthew chapter 3, you're introduced to John the Baptist, which forces you to go back to well, that's a weird thing to say. And so then um, um, that's unfortunate. But Matthew chapter 3, you're introduced to this guy named John the Baptist, and John the Baptist is told. We are told about John the Baptist all the way back in Isaiah chapter 40. So in Isaiah chapter 40, John the Baptist, or Isaiah tells us about him, and it's so cool because in Isaiah chapter 40, everything changes. So from chapter 1 through 39 in Isaiah, it's all about judgment. In Isaiah, in the book of Isaiah, there are 66 chapters, and that's why people refer to it as a mini Bible, because there's 66 chapters. In the Bible, there are 66 books. In the Old Testament, there are 39 books, and in the New Testament, there are 27 books. So when you add 39 to 27, you have 66. And so Isaiah is divided into two sections. The first section of Isaiah, from 1 to 39, is all about judgment. It's all bad. Right when you get to chapter 40, though, from chapter 40 to the end of Isaiah, it's comfort. The theme, if you were going to put a theme on it, could be comfort, which is really fascinating because how does Isaiah chapter 40 start out? It starts out by telling you about a guy named John the Baptist, and he's going to be the voice of the one crying in the wilderness, and he's going to be preparing the way of the Lord, make his path straight. That is what he's going to be doing. And sure enough, here in Matthew chapter 3, that is what John the Baptist is doing. And so he's out there and he's baptizing people, and all these Pharisees and Sadducees start approaching him because they're trying to figure out who he is. And so just because we were talking about the Pharisees and Sadducees, just to kind of touch on that real fast, the Pharisees were very legalistic. Whenever you think of the Pharisees, think of very legalistic type of people who were so engulfed in their rituals. And they had their laws on top of their laws on top of their laws, and they made their own laws, and then those laws had babies, and then they had little baby laws, and then laws all over the place, and they're like, we got to follow all these laws. And so that is the Pharisees. But the Sadducees, they believed, they were kind of the opposite. They were more of the liberals in the religious group. They didn't believe in the scriptures. They didn't believe in any, miraculous thing, specifically the resurrection. And that is why you refer to them as that they were sad, you see. That's because they didn't believe in the resurrection. So if you didn't believe in the resurrection, you would be very sad, you see. And so anyways, John the Baptist is out there baptizing, and then he sees these guys approaching him, and he just starts calling them out, and he's like, you're the reason why everybody is so blind and so hurting and so worried and so trying to do everything so perfectly. He's like, that's not what it's about. And so John is baptizing people, and you need to make the connection that when John was baptizing people, he wasn't baptizing them to be saved. He was baptizing them because the people who he baptized were identifying with John the Baptist's message. And that's what you're doing. When you get baptized, you're identifying with the person. You are identifying with the person. And so if John the Baptist is out in the wilderness and he is preaching the gospel about Jesus, then I would go to John and I'd be like, John, I agree with everything you're saying. And then he'd baptize me. And then I'd get up, and then the next person, he'd baptize him. That's not how you get saved. That is just, you're identifying with the person. And so when we get baptized into Jesus, we are identifying with him. It's not to save us. We're not baptizing to be saved. We are already saved before we get baptized. And that is the idea. I believe that is the only way to get to heaven is by putting your faith in Christ and Christ alone. John 3:16 says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. That's an amazing gift that we are given. I mean, it's free. It's unbelievable. It's a free gift. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift. It is a gift. It is a gift. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. But anyways, these guys show up. They're starting to talk to John the Baptist, and there's having this whole conversation. John is basically the guy who is rolling out the red carpet. He is the forerunner of Jesus Christ. He's the guy who is literally rolling out a red carpet for Jesus. If you see the red carpet being rolled out, you know that pretty shortly somebody's going to be walking on it. Like if you go to one of those like celebrity things, I'm sure they have red carpet all over the place, but they don't put the red carpet out until a couple hours before the event actually starts. And that's because they know who are the people who are coming. So it's that kind of situation. Matthew chapter 4. In Matthew chapter 4, we are told about this whole situation where Satan tempts Jesus. But it's really fascinating because in Matthew chapter 4, verse 1, we are told that Jesus was led up by the Spirit. The Holy Spirit was leading Jesus. The Holy Spirit was leading Jesus for the sole purpose to be tempted. And so it's so fascinating. You need to make the connection that God himself will not tempt you. No. But is he going to allow you to be tempted? Absolutely. Hey, thank you, Jeff. And so it's really curious to try to visualize this whole situation. But there you have it. You have Jesus being led up by the Spirit into the wilderness just so he could be tempted by Satan. And it's so we talked about Lucifer before. It's important to remember who he is. He is the seal of perfection, as we're told so much about him in Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28. If you read those passages, you can learn so much about Lucifer. But he is referred to as the seal of perfection. And we're told in Ezekiel 28 that he was perfect in all his ways until there was pride found in his heart. There was pride. And so he fell because of his pride. He was like, I am so awesome. I am cooler than God. And so and it's so interesting because it was that moment when he was cast out. He cast him out of the mountain of God as a profane thing. It's really interesting because in those passages, you learn those 5 I will statements. I will do this. I will do this. I will ascend above the Most High. I will put my throne here. I will be like all of those things that Satan said he would do. He's never going to do. But it was in his heart. And you need to understand, it's your heart. And so when you dive into the next couple of chapters 5, 6, and 7, you're going to learn that that's what Jesus is going to expound on. He's going to start talking about the Sermon on the Mount. And he's going to be telling them, he's like, hey, you heard this. You heard about this. But I tell you, if you do this in your heart, it's already a sin. It's already a sin. So basically, God is giving them the bad news. But that is what Lucifer did in Ezekiel 28. And so it's a matter of the heart. The heart of the matter is always a matter of the heart, is what Jesus's message is in those chapters. But we'll keep going. The main takeaway in Matthew chapter 4 is that Jesus was tempted 3 times. He was tempted 3 times, but the last temptation was the big one. In Matthew chapter 3, you have this temptation that was that Lucifer tempted Jesus with, and it was about Lucifer offered Jesus all of the kingdoms of the world. And so when you understand that that was an actual real temptation, because he actually has the power to do that, that really makes you think about things. Because when you look at our world today, you look around and you're like, man, everything's falling apart. Everybody hates each other. Like there's so many divisions everywhere you look. Like there's over here, there's over here, there's over here. Everybody is divided on all these issues. And the question is why? Why can't we all just get along, right? Like how many times have you heard that? Why can't we all just get along? Well, I'm going to tell you that there's going to come a day where there is going to be a covenant that is going to be signed sometime in the future. I believe probably before I think the rapture is going to occur and then it'll happen after that. But it's really interesting that there's going to come a day where there is going to become a fake peace. You know how they say peace and safety. When they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them, right? And so there is going to be a false peace that is going to be on the land, and everybody's going to be like, oh, yay, everybody, yay, happy days. But it's really interesting because when you learn about Lucifer and you remember that he is in charge of he's in the prince of the power of the air, he is the god of this world, you start to look at the world a little bit differently, and you're like, oh, that's why the world is. That's why this is happening. That's why that's going on over there. That's why these people and these people are hating each other, and these people over here and these leaders and these countries and these nations and all these things are happening. It's because of those reasons. Very provocative. But this was a very real temptation that Lucifer was offering Jesus. And what he was doing is he was offering a way for Jesus to avoid going to the cross. Because Lucifer understands that there is going to be a kingdom that Jesus wanted. He's like, hey, you want a kingdom? I'll give you a kingdom. And so the reason why he knew that is because it tells us in 2 Samuel chapter 7 that there's this everlasting, hey, thank you, respiratory, there's this everlasting covenant, and that there was going to be, David was going to have an everlasting kingdom. And then when you read Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 2, it talks about how his kingdom will be everlasting. So Satan knows those things, and since he knows those things, then he's trying to give Jesus what he wants. It's just a fake. It's a counterfeit. He's trying to give Jesus a counterfeit kingdom. He's like, you think I want these broken kingdoms? He's like, no, I'm going to give you a kingdom that is everlasting, and it's going to be a place where righteousness is enforced, and that is what the millennial kingdom is all about. So that is what he was doing here to Jesus. He was offering Jesus a way around the cross, which is very, he was never going to fall for that, obviously. But then we get to, hey, thank you, Anita. Then we get to Matthew chapter 5. And Matthew chapter 5, chapter 6, and chapter 7 are one big group. They are all together. Matthew 5, 6, and 7 is what is called the Sermon on the Mount. And so in this Sermon on the Mount, you see in Matthew chapter 5, verse 1, it says, and seeing the multitudes, he went up on a mountain, and when he was seated, his disciples came to him. Now, it's important to understand that the words that we are given are there on purpose. So when we are told that he was seated, it means that he was in his teaching position. This is the position that rabbis would take when they were about to teach. And so the idea here is that the teacher was sitting down and everybody else was listening. They were standing up listening. And so really cool to see what he's doing here. And he's talking to his disciples. And that's one of the main things to really understand. He is talking to his disciples, but also acknowledge that there were multitudes around. So he's talking to he's talking to his own. If you and I are brothers and sisters or whatever, and then there's a whole bunch of random people surrounding us, and I say something, you know who I'm talking to because you know me. And so I'm talking, hey, thank you. What's up, Grandma? How you doing? Thank you so much. And so if I am talking to you and you know me, then you understand that I'm talking to you. And you understand that what I'm saying applies to you, and it doesn't apply to the people who aren't there, and or the people who doesn't know me. And so if I said something to you, you'd be like, yeah, that applies to me, but I know that doesn't apply to them. That's the situation that's going on here. He is talking to his own. What he's saying here is basically he's describing those who are going to be in the kingdom, and those people who are going to be in the kingdom were his disciples that he was talking to here. And that's what the Beatitudes are all about. The Beatitudes are essentially be-attitudes. It's who you are. This is what you need to be. Inside. This is what you need to be inside. You need to be poor in spirit. You need to mourn for sin. Like when you see sin, it should make you mourn. Do you hurt when sin is ramping up and it's just going all over the place? Meekness. You need to be meek. You need to hunger for thirst and righteousness. You need to be merciful. And so when you are those things, then you will do them. These are not do attitudes, because you could do all of these things, but you could fake that. But when you be these things, it's who you are on the inside. And that's essentially what he's trying to get the point across here. This is who you are inside. And when this is who you are inside, then you will do those things and you will act accordingly. It starts internally and then it comes out externally. And that's what the idea here. But as you move on to Matthew chapter 5, verse 11. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 11, it says this: blessed are you when they revile and persecute you and say all kinds of evil against you falsely for my name's sake. You know what's so fascinating is that here on TikTok, you know how, like, when you guys go watch whoever you listen to as far as like Bible teachers or there's people, I don't even know who people are, but whoever you listen to, whether they're on any kind of platform or your pastor or whatever in your Bible study, your men's Bible study or ladies' Bible study, whatever it is, there's people in there who literally people make fun of them because of their stance on who Jesus is. And there's people who come in here and they're just like, you know what? You believe in Jesus? Like, how ridiculous do you sound right now? And so it's interesting to see that this is like a form of persecution, but it's nothing that should really catch you off guard because we know that was going to happen. But here he says, blessed are you when they revile and persecute you. And then it says in verse 12 this fascinating thing. What's up, DJ? Nick, good to see you. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 12, he goes on and he says something that is just so bizarre. He says, rejoice when you are reviled and persecuted. In verse 12, he says, rejoice and be exceedingly glad. I think it is so interesting to really learn how to think. I say that that's a thing. Like, I feel like that's my thing. Like, learn how to think. You need to learn how to think, because when you don't know how to think, then you hear this and you're just like, well, what's that all about? But when you learn how to think and you remember Acts chapter 5, in Acts chapter 5, Peter and some other disciples, they were thrown into prison, and then when they let them out, they got beaten. And then after they were done getting beaten, they walked away limping, right? And they're walking away and they are just rejoicing because they were counted worthy to suffer for his name's sake. And do you understand, like, I mean, that is, they receive like a specific reward for that. Like, there's a specific crown for people who suffer and are persecuted for those types of things. And so that's just really remarkable to think about these things. But they were literally rejoicing. They walked away rejoicing. And I'm just like, my goodness, that is wild. And so you have that, and that's just really important, because the world's getting dark right now, and so that's something that you need to put in your back pocket, because your mindset is going to be very important, especially for the coming days when things are getting weirder and weirder every single hour, it seems. But in Matthew chapter 5, verse 13, it talks about you are the salt of the earth. Now, if he says you are the salt of the earth, does that sound like he is talking to the multitudes? Do you think when he says you are the salt of the earth that he's talking to the entire multitudes? He's like, everybody, you are the salt of the earth. No, he's talking to his people. He is talking to his people, which is very important to understand. His people, the people who are his. My sheep hear my voice, and I know who my sheep are. He knows, the sheep know who he is. You have this situation where he is talking to his people, and he says to them, he says, you are the salt of the earth. And so it's so interesting to see how he speaks, because he's pulling these metaphors, and he's relating us, allowing us to relate to something that we can relate to. Salt. What does salt do? It causes people to thirst. Like, and I told you guys, like, I'll sit down and eat a whole bag of chips and salsa, and then I'm just like, it's just like, does anybody have any water? Like that whole scene with, what's it called? Me, Myself, and Irene, when his mouth is just completely, and he just, oh my goodness. If you know what I'm talking about, then oh my goodness, that is too funny. But like, yeah, when you're really thirsty, yeah, see, okay, I'm glad you guys know what I'm talking about. That is too funny. Oh man, I am so distracted. But yeah, so you have that whole scene. Salt, it causes people to thirst. And so you have that going on, but also salt preserves. It's a preserve. It keeps things from decaying. And so when you look at the world, if you look at the world as just like a piece of meat, right? Like, and you're about that, man, I'm going to grill that. And it's in your freezer, and it's just like, man, I'm just waiting to grill that. It's going to be a nice day tomorrow. I'm going to, slap that on the grill. If you look at that, it's just like, if you take that out of the freezer and you just like sit it on the counter and you let it sit there for 5 days, it's decaying. And so salt back then was what was preventing things from decaying. And so you and I, as being in this world, we are slowing the decaying process. And so since we are going to be removed one day, what do you think is going to happen to the earth then? Right when the salt is removed, decay is going to start. It's going to expedite, and that is what this is just it's talking about that as well. Hey, thank you, Anita, thank you so much. Anyways, Matthew chapter 5 verse 16, it's a verse that I say all the time. It says, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. Awesome. That is what we need to be doing. We need to be letting our light so shine. But then you go to verse 20, Matthew chapter 5, verse 20 says, for I say to you, Jesus is talking, and he is saying, for I say to you that unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. Now, you need to understand the implications that had on his disciples, because he's talking to his disciples. There's other people who are listening, and they're like, what'd he say? What'd he say down in front? And Jesus is talking to his disciples, and he's giving them a task that is unachievable. He says, you need to be more righteous than the professional righteous people if you want to enter the kingdom of heaven. And so from their point of view, they're just like, how is that even possible? And so this whole chapter is giving them the bad news, really. He's like, you can't do it. You can't do it. It's kind of like Romans chapter 1, 2, and 3. If you read Romans 1, 2, and 3, you're getting a whole bunch of bad news. You need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is you're a sinner and that you are under a death penalty. And so is the world. The good news is that Jesus died on the cross. He took your place. He fulfilled the law. And the only way to get to heaven is by putting your faith in what he did on the cross. And that's, you can't appreciate the good news unless you understand the bad news. And so he's painting them a very clear picture here. And in verse 21, he says, you have heard. That's what he says in verse 21, Matthew chapter 5, verse 21. He says, you have heard. And then he goes on to talk about murder. And he's like, yeah, you shouldn't do that. But let me tell you what it really means. He's like, but I say to you, if you've even done this, then you're already guilty of this. And so you get this sense of how the Pharisees were teaching everybody because they were giving their interpretations of these laws. Right? The 10 Commandments, right? Thou shalt not murder. Seems very black and white, right? Yeah, don't go around killing people. Yeah, it makes sense. But there's so much more to it. And the whole point that Jesus is saying here is like you are looking at it from your human point of view. You need to look at it from God's point of view. And God's point of view is you are already guilty of doing this. You've done it. You've done it. I've done it. And when you understand that you've done it and I've done it and we are all murderers and we are all adulterers and we are all the things, we've all done the things because of our heart. And so that's when he's basically trying to wake them up. And so that's what he does all throughout this chapter. And he says, you have heard this, but I say this. He's like, you've heard this from Moses. So he's contrasting himself from Moses. And he's like, Moses said this, but I say this. And so that's kind of the pattern that's going on throughout this chapter. Then we get to Matthew chapter 6. And Matthew chapter 6 talks about the Lord's Prayer is what many people know it by, but it's what Jesus taught his disciples to pray. And it says, our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come, right? So thy kingdom come. That is one of the most misunderstood passages, verses, or concepts in the entire Bible. If you go up to somebody in your church and you say, hey, what's the kingdom? What is that? You know how, because then you could say, you know how it says, our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name, your kingdom come? What's that kingdom? Can you tell me what that's about? A lot of people don't know. And so when you don't know what that's about, it's just like, man, how do you not know? Like, this is a big deal. And so it's a big deal. But when you understand what the kingdom is, you're like, okay, I start to connect all these dots. And so in 2 Samuel chapter 7, you have this everlasting covenant that God gave to David. And when you understand that it's an everlasting covenant, which means it's forever, that it's eternal, forever. It is important to understand that there is going to be an everlasting kingdom, and it makes so much more sense because that is when Jesus is going to sit on the throne of David. He hasn't sat on the throne of David yet. So if he didn't do that, which is documented in Luke chapter 1, if he didn't do that, then when is he going to do that? I mean, what is that? What is that? What is that green thing? What is that? Shelba with the emojis. Like, it's just, she's a woman of few words, and I mean that's rare because most of the time they just won't shut up. No, I'm totally kidding, but totally kidding. Sandlot forever, right, Amanda? I know. But anyways, Matthew chapter 6. I'm so sorry. Oh man, Ryan. But you have that whole situation where we obviously know that this is not talking about Jesus. This is not a prayer that Jesus could pray because it says in verse 12, it says, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Jesus had no debts to forgive, right? And so this clearly wasn't relating to Jesus. This was talking about what you and I should pray. This is what his disciples should pray. You and I are a disciple. And so we need to be doing that. We're having the best night. There's too many in here. I know. There's way too many women in here to say that, sir. I'm gonna get blocked. I feel like you guys know me enough, hopefully. And if you don't, It's just who I am. I can't stop. You guys, I'm totally just kidding. Everything I say, I always say this kind of stuff to my wife, and she just rolls her eyes, but then I give her a big hug most of the time. But then I give her a swirly right after that, and then I hug her again. And then it's just like this constant, no, I'm totally missing. But as you continue on, when you dive into Matthew chapter 6, it tells us to lay up our treasures in heaven, which is what we need to be doing. If you have an eternal mindset, then that is going to affect your life greatly. If you understand that if you can change your mind and reprogram your mind to have an eternal mindset, then what you do in your day-to-day life is going to reflect that so much. And that's what we really need to learn how to think. We need to learn to do that kind of stuff. Moving on to, we need to meet wifey. Yeah, maybe she's always asleep by the time I start hopping on here. Maybe one day. Matthew chapter 7. Matthew chapter 7. Matthew chapter 7. We had a good time on this one. It's really. We talked about Matthew chapter 7 verse 15. Which is talking about beware of false prophets, because there's a lot of people in here who are just chasing after prophets in our world today, and they're like, oh, this prophet so and so and this prophet so and so, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna even mess with any of those people, because that's not something that I'm gonna stay here, because there's a lot of people, and if any prophet is ever wrong ever in any kind of capacity, even if it's off by one day, then they, the Bible is very clear on these, what needs to happen to them. And so, there's a lot of deception in the world, which is why it's important to understand Matthew 24. If you read Matthew 24, Jesus says at least 3 times, he says, do not be deceived. Good morning, Christine. How are you? He says to his disciples 3 times, he says, do not be deceived. Now, why would he say that? Now, we know, obviously, if he says something more than once, it's something that we need to pay attention to, right? Don't be deceived. Okay, that's easy, right? Is it easy to be not deceived? Because that seems like a pretty tough thing, right? Don't be deceived. How do you arm yourself from being deceived? There's so many people who have their spidey senses, going off, when things are around. Like, if you go to the store and you have a 5-year-old daughter or your 5-year-old son with you, and you're walking in the store and you see somebody, you don't know anything about that person, but you're getting some weird vibes. And so what you'll do is you'll grab your kid's hand and you'll hold on to it, and you'll walk a little bit further away from them, and you'll go over here, and you'll just kind of be mindful of what's going on this side of the store, because you're discerning. And so that's what we're supposed to do with the signs of the times. We're supposed to do that with every single person here. And just because somebody says, Lord, Lord, doesn't mean anything. And so there's a lot of people here on TikTok who say things like Jesus and Bible and God and love and church and gospel, and they say all these things, and it sounds really good. But when you go into the details, when you dive into their details and you get into their doctrine and you start paying attention to it, wait a second, all of a sudden I'm getting red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. And so these are what people refer to as feel-good churches. And so you need to be super mindful of those types of things. But there are false prophets. They're in sheep's clothing, and internally they are ravenous wolves. That is crazy. But then down in verse 21, it tells us that, it says in verse 21, it says, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven. Many will say to me, this is literally Jesus sitting on the mountainside. He is talking to his disciples while all the multitudes are surrounding him, and he's talking to his disciples, and he says, hey, listen up, disciples. Not everybody who says to me is gonna, not everybody who says to me, or he says in verse 22, he says, many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name? Have we not cast out demons in your name? Have we not done so many things in your name? And he will say, depart from me, I never knew you. And so that is something to be mindful of, because how many people in our world do we know who might fit that description? And it's heartbreaking, because you don't, there's, just from using me for an example here, there's people who will message me something, and before I even dive into who, if I don't know who they are, I'll ask them, be like, hey man, thanks for messaging me. Real quick, do you mind if you tell me how to know for sure you can get to heaven? because I want to know what they believe there, because if they're wrong there, then I don't even care about that topic that they're talking about. I want to tell them about Jesus. And so that's what I do. And so when somebody, because I get some interesting messages, and I'm just like, man, maybe I shouldn't tell people to message me anymore, but I'm still going to do it because it's totally worth it. Anyways, I just am so interested because there's a lot of people who have this form of godliness. They have this form of godliness. They know some verses, they have knowledge, but it's not about that. I mean, if you look at the Jewish people and you use them as a perfect example, the Jewish people are literally God's chosen people. They were given the scriptures. Jesus was born through the Jewish people, and the majority of them are lost. That should be all the evidence you need. It is really important to pay attention to. Anyways, that is Matthew chapter 5, 6, and 7. And that is what basically encapsulates the Sermon on the Mount, which is probably the most studied sermon in existence. But in Matthew chapter 8, we talked about this last night. We were talking about how Jesus cleansed a leper. And when you understand what that means to the Jewish community, in the first century, to a Jewish mind, then you start to understand a little bit more about it. But in case you weren't here for that, when we were talking about that last night, if you were a Jewish person and you heard about somebody getting healed that was a leper, you would automatically associate that to being a messianic miracle. That was something that only God himself could do. And that is so vital to understand, because we've all heard that, yeah, Jesus, he healed the blind. Yeah, he raised the dead. Okay. But when he healed the leper, that kind of hit the Jewish people a little bit differently, because that was something that only God had the ability to do back in the Old Testament. And you see two examples in the Old Testament, and Miriam, you had Aaron and Miriam, and they were talking amongst themselves. And then anyways, God strikes Miriam with leprosy. And then Moses intercedes on her behalf. Moses was a type of Christ on her behalf. He was the mediator, and he was mediating on her behalf. And so it's really interesting to see that. But God was the one who healed her. Now, that's the Jewish person. Miriam was a Jew. You need to understand that she was a Jew. The other example is Naaman. Naaman was not a Jew. And so since Naaman was not a Jew, he still had leprosy. He was healed by Elisha. Now, Elisha just told him to go dip inside the Jordan 7 times, and, he ended up doing that, and he was healed. But the main difference to understand in a Jewish mind is to understand that there was that one case of leprosy. It was Miriam, and only God himself could heal her. And so when time has passed and the hundreds of years have passed, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years have gone by, it lands us in Matthew when Jesus is here. And so now everything's getting changed. Everything is, hey, thank you, Jules, for the tiny, and thank you for that, Anita, thank you so much. And so Jesus is now boots on the ground, and there's this leper. And this leper has to walk around all over the place, and everywhere he goes, right when he sees people, he's not allowed in the city. Everywhere he goes, he yells out, unclean, unclean. It's kind of like what Leah has to yell everywhere she goes. And no, I'm totally kidding. But it's like, that is the picture. This person, this leper was, and when you read Luke's account, what you see, and Luke tells us, who is a physician, he tells us that he was full of leprosy, full of leprosy. Shots fired. I don't even know if she's in here. I'm so sorry. But he was full of leprosy, which means he was on. Hey, thank you so much, Respiratory. He was full of leprosy, which means he was on the verge of dying. This was a very, very serious thing. And then you learn that this is a messianic miracle when Jesus reaches out and he touches him. I mean, it's just like, wow. And then, it kind of makes you think about, I just think it's so cool. Anyways, this whole thing sent shockwaves throughout the Jewish world. And so everybody heard about this leper who got healed. And so this leper gets healed, and then Jesus tells the leper to go to the priests and to offer the offering of Moses. And so the leper goes to the priest and does that, and the priest is probably like, how in the world are you healed? You were full of leprosy. Who did this? How did this happen? Where did it happen? What's his name? Do you see how all of these things that Jesus is doing is literally sending ripple effects all throughout the land? Like everybody, like everything Jesus is doing is sending another shockwave, another shockwave, another shockwave, another shockwave. And the Pharisees are hating him for it. The Sadducees are hating him for it. The scribes are hating him for it because he's getting all the attention. And so it's just fascinating. It's almost like the literal shockwave that takes place is like when Jesus was in the garden in the Gospel of John, right before he gets arrested, they come up to him and Jesus says to him, "Who are you seeking?" And they say, "Jesus of Nazareth." And then Jesus says, "I am he." And then they fell down. Like, what happened there? What happened there? It's just like one of these like literal shockwaves that just knocks people off their feet. Like, do you not understand that this is God with us? I mean, wow, this was Jesus. He was on the ground. He's doing all of these things, and he is giving us his credentials. He is telling us who he is. And he's not only telling us, he is showing us. These people were watching him, and he was being the perfect servant, the perfect example for all of his disciples on how to carry on after he goes up into heaven, because he is painting them a picture on what it's supposed to look like, and that is what they modeled when they went out after Jesus ascended. It is so good. But then, anyways, in Matthew chapter 8, we had so much fun. We were here for hours. We were in this chapter for, I think, like 3.5 hours or something like that. This took way too long, but this was such a fun chapter. It forces you to go all over the place. We could talk about it all day. He healed the leper. Then he healed the paralyzed man. Then he healed Peter, his mother-in-law. He healed Peter's mother-in-law's, why am I struggling? Peter's mother-in-law. I was reading a word, and it wasn't like I saw the word wife in verse 14, and I was just like, Peter. But he healed Peter's mother-in-law. She had a fever, and he healed her. Then he goes on and he causes the storm to stop, which was really provocative because you're like, man, like who is this guy? And so what was going on? That's a whole interesting situation to begin with, because when you hear the Sea of Galilee, it's not like you think of like a humongous body of water where you can't see the other side, right? But it's more of like a lake. And so you guys have probably been to lakes where you can see the one side to the other side, and that's more of like what this is actually like. But this was a very unnatural type of situation. These are professional fishermen. They were seasoned sailors. They lived on the water essentially, and they were in fear for their lives. That's how bad this storm was. Doesn't make any sense. Now, if you're a professional fisherman, you would be able to tell the skies, and you'd be able to be like, I don't think we should go out, right? Well, they actually went out. They got caught in this storm, and it was going all over the place, and they were freaking out. Jesus was sleeping. Jesus was sleeping during this entire storm. And it really makes you think, going back to Psalm chapter 2, it says in Psalm chapter 2, they says, why do the nations rage and the people plot a vain thing? And then it goes on to tell you, he who sits in the heavens shall laugh. He's laughing. Like these things, like he's looking at clay. He's viewing the world as clay. And then he says he will dash them into pieces, which is fascinating. It really is fascinating. But here, or in Psalm chapter 2, when he's laughing, he's not worried. He's not worried. You and I, we're looking around. We're like, oh, man, we're like kind of hunkering down and we're very uncertain, which is very natural for us to do. But there's a difference. There's some people who are freaking out and woe is me and anxiety through the roof and all this kind of stuff. But when you find somebody who is literally focusing on Jesus, it is like somebody you want to be around, and you're like, how? How are you doing this right now? Why are you not worried? Why are you not freaking out? And you're like, can I tell you about where my faith is? My hope is built on nothing less than Jesus' blood and righteousness. And so you see the storm, and he's just sleeping through the entire thing. And it's so interesting because there's some nights where, and I'm sure you guys can agree, like where you just can't sleep. And it's just like, how I just can't sleep because I got like, I'm a dude, so if I have more than one thought in my mind, I'm already past, I've already exceeded the limit. But women have like a million thoughts going through their mind, and that they can't, they like, it's hard turning their brains off. But there's just sometimes where you can't sleep. You lie down, your mind just goes like a million miles an hour. But Jesus is here, and he's literally in the middle of the worst storm the disciples have ever been in, and they are losing their minds, and they had to wake him up. They had to wake him up. Man, like I can't even wrap my mind around that. That is so neat. Anyways, that happened there. And then we talked about the demons. Jesus goes and he casts out these demons from these two men, and we had a great conversation about demons. We talked about the Nephilim. We talked about how, like, who are these demons is basically the question. The question that we were talking about, in case you missed it, the question that was posed are who or what are demons? Because you need to understand that there is not just demons. There's more than just demons. There's a hierarchy of these things that are going on. And, there's all kinds of different levels to these evil things that are in our world. And so when you dive into it, in Genesis chapter 6, it tells us that there were Nephilim, or gigantus is the word, and they were on the earth then and after the flood. But what about the Nephilim that drowned in the flood is the question. The Nephilim that drowned in the flood, the question is, where did their spirit go, right? Because God didn't create these things, but these fallen angels, the ones that are literal angels, they were mixing with the human women. They were doing something to their DNA, and they did something to these women back then, and then those human women gave birth. And then those human women gave birth to something that was not human. And it was a hybrid. It was a complete abomination. And so then the flood came to wipe all that stuff out. And that's why, it tells us that Noah was blameless. The word there is just basically has the idea that his gene pool was not mixed with yet. And so it's just really, really interesting, because then it gets you into this whole conversation. Well, how did the Nephilim survive? And you could really just spiral out of control, because that it said Noah was blameless, but it doesn't mean that everybody who was on the ark was, because there was maybe somebody who had something mixed in their DNA. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not going to dive into that. My whole point is that the Bible says this, and so I believe it. The Bible says it was there. They were there before. They were there after. But what about the Nephilim that drowned? So the idea of the place that we took this is that the Nephilim that drowned, their soul, their spirit left, right? And so their spirit is just hovering around. And so the thought is that those demons, that Nephilim spirit that left the body of the drowned Nephilim, was floating all over the place. And so they're looking for a body to possess. And so they're looking for a body to possess. And so it seems what we're learning here in Matthew chapter 8 is that these demons have some kind of an advantage when they have a body. And so I don't know, I don't know how it all works, but they have an advantage. They want a body. And so it's very important to understand that demons cannot manifest a body. They can't do it. But angels can. Angels can. You see it time and time again in the Old Testament. You see Jesus showing up. He was with two men. They had food. They did the entire thing. You see, after Jesus ascended up into heaven, there was how many men were there telling the disciples, "Why are you looking up into heaven?" How many people were there? It's there was two. There's always two. Why do you look for the living among the dead? How many people were there? There was two. These people had literal bodies. In Daniel chapter 10, when the angel showed up to Daniel, he had a body. These bodies are very, very real, but the demonic forces don't seem to have that advantage. So it's very, it's really curious. It's a very provocative type of study to dive into, demonology. Like I'm not there. That's not me. We're just touching on it because it's here and it's in our faces, and so I think that's just it might as well touch on some of these things. But it's really curious. But when you understand that just demons are not all that is out there, there's hierarchies, there's principalities of powers, evil, wickedness. You have all of these things that you can read about in Ephesians chapter 6, right? because we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. And so you can go read that if you would like to. But that is Matthew chapter 1 through 8. And yeah, that is the recap. And so hopefully that helps out in some kind of ways on some of the things, because we've all talked on those things. And if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. I upload all of these studies to YouTube. There is a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. And so if you would like to go subscribe over there, then you will see all those studies. We've done Revelation, we've done Daniel, we've done Ruth, we've done Hebrews, James, John, Acts, all of the Pauline epistles, we've done Isaiah, and we've done Zechariah, and now we are in the book of Matthew, and we are going through it verse by verse by verse by verse. And what we just got done doing is a recap. That is how we do things here. If you're new, we literally dive into if like for tonight, we're covering chapter 9. And so we will always do a recap up to the point to what we are going to talk on. So when we do chapter 12, we'll do a recap from chapters 1 through 11 and so on and so forth. So I think that helps kind of ingrain things into our minds and help us, bring things to the surface so that it sticks around. We'll go and check it out. Hey, absolutely. Wakey. All right. So good recap. Thank you so much. Hello, Wendy. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hello, Sarah. Some people say God is a demon. Oof. That is not right at all. Yep, there's the YouTube right there. It's sheesh. Jules, then why can't Satan, since he was a fallen angel? Why can't Satan what? Hello, Nina. I am doing well. How are you doing? Can you explain where it says foxes have holes? Yeah, foxes have holes in chapter. So in Matthew chapter 8, verse 20, it says, let's read Matthew chapter 8, verse 18. In Matthew chapter 8, verse 18, it says, when Jesus saw great multitudes about him, he gave a command to depart to the other side. Then a certain scribe came and said to him, Teacher, I will follow you wherever you go. So the idea that's going on here is that this guy, this scribe, seems to be very impulsive. He's making very quick decisions, and he's not thinking about the longevity of his decision. And so Jesus responds to him and says, foxes have holes and birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. And so what he's telling this scribe is to count the cost. Before you make a decision, count the cost. Because I don't know this guy's situation, but he's a scribe, right? So let's use the rich guy that Jesus talked to, like the one he was like, yeah, hey, I've been obeying the commandments my entire life. And then Jesus tells him to sell all his stuff and to follow him, right? But he couldn't do it. So I don't know this person's situation. I don't know if he had a great job, a great opportunity. But the scribe comes up to Jesus and he's like, you know what? I'll follow you wherever you go. And Jesus, Jesus obviously perceived that it was an impulsive decision, because he responds in such a way that basically gets him to tell him to go reflect on that decision and actually mean it before you just say it. Maybe he was just trying to show off in front of people. It's difficult to really dive into it deeply because it doesn't give us much, but that's the overall sense of it. Was he still saved, the rich man? I don't know, Miss Page. I do not know. Okay. Manufacture a body. What was your question? Manufacture a body. Foxes, holes, birds, nests. Hi, Ryan. I'm at work, doing very well. I'm doing well, Wendy. Thank you so much for asking. I forgot that you worked 3 nights in a row. Oh, boy. Okay, I'm scrolling up to try to find Jules. Oh, then why can't Satan, since he was a fallen angel? And then you said manufacture a body. Manufacture a body. I'm just saying in the physical sense. I'm sure they have something going on in the spiritual world, but as far as manifesting one, it doesn't seem to be something that they have the ability to do. They're looking for possession. Now, I don't know if that applies to Lucifer himself. I'm not really sure. But it just seems in the overall general sense of things, these people, these demons are literally looking for a body. They are looking to possess something, and that is why they ask to go into the pigs. They're like, hey, if I can't go into this body right here, can I go into that one? And Jesus says, go. And so they go, they run into the swine, and the swine goes and drowns themselves, which is really weird. And so that a possibility for those swine drowning themselves could possibly be just for the sole purpose to prove to everybody around there that demons are real, which is just a thought. I don't know. Yeah, really, really provocative. So I don't understand how angels were able to sin in heaven and fall from heaven. Yeah, well, so it seems like back then, just from my understanding, it seems like when that took place, when Lucifer fell, it seems like that was a one and done type situation. I would wager now, obviously I don't know, but I think everybody chose their side. I think when the angels that stayed in heaven and chose God, I think they saw what happened and they're like observing. I think the angels that got tricked because of Lucifer, they got cast out with him. They all had the same problem. They were very prideful. It's really difficult to really grasp what it was like or what it is like in the spiritual world right now. And what I mean by that is we know and we talk about angels all the time, but we truly have no idea. And the reason why I say that is because if we did, then our lives would look completely different. If there was an angel standing before us right now, we would fall on our face. And then the angel would tell us to get up and not to worship him and stuff like that. But when you understand, like just standing in the presence of something that is so much different, like if you could see yourself in your glorified form, you would fall down and worship yourself just because of how awesome we're going to be. But that's not the whole point. The whole point of the thing is, paying attention and focusing on God and giving all the glory to him. But I don't, they had their option. They chose their side. And what we know about in Revelation chapter 12, if you guys want to go to Revelation chapter 12, go to Revelation chapter 12 real fast. Let's talk about angels real quick. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 7. So there's a lot of wars in the Bible. There's a lot of war, right? There's all kinds of wars in Joshua. You can go read all about these victories that Joshua had when he was going into the land of Canaan. You can read war is all throughout the Bible. You can read in 2 Kings, I think it is. It's where one angel, one night, killed 185,000 men. 185,000. That is in one night. One angel. And it's just like one of these things, like, it's just like, what is going on? And so you see these battles. And then obviously you have all the battles that took place with the 4 empires that Daniel saw. And so there's all kinds of battles. We know that there's more battles to come. We have the Ezekiel 38 war. We have the Ezekiel 39 war. Those are 2 very different battles there. One of those battles is what happens at the end after Satan gets released from the bottomless pit, because that's basically what that's encapsulating, where if you read when Satan gets released, it basically says God sent fire down from heaven and devoured them. That's all it says in Revelation. I think in Revelation chapter 19 or 20. Yeah, Revelation chapter 20. But there's battles all over the place. So here in Revelation chapter 12, this is yet future what we are about to read. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 7, it says this: "And war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought." You are like, right? Like, what is going on here? Like, this is crazy. War broke out in heaven? What? And so you just see this kind of stuff, but it says in verse 8, it says, "But they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer." So right now, Satan is able to go to heaven, and he is able to accuse you and accuse me. And that's what he's doing. He's constantly accusing the brethren day in and day out. But there's coming a day when he will be cast out of heaven, and he will no longer be able to have access to heaven. And that is why when he's cast out of heaven, he comes down to the earth and he takes out his anger on the Jewish people. And so that's what's going to happen. So in Revelation chapter 12, verse 9, it says, so the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Crazy. Lucifer has his angels. Now, that is crazy trying to visualize that. But then it says in verse 10, it says, then I heard a loud voice in heaven saying, now salvation and strength in the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brethren, who accused them before our God day and night, has been cast down. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of the testimony, and they did not love their lives to death. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. But, here we go, woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea, for the devil has come down to you having great wrath, because he knows that he has a short time. That's coming. That's this war that is going to break out in heaven. That is yet future. It hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen in the future. And so since we know that that's going to occur, it is really thought-provoking, because when you're like, well, wait a second, if that didn't happen yet? What do you mean? I thought they all got cast out. Well, it seems that they're still able to go and blame you and I, accuse you and I. They go before the Lord, and they constantly accuse me. They constantly accuse you. And what's crazy about the entire thing is that they're not wrong. I am guilty. I do deserve all of those things that that Lucifer is blaming me. I am. That's me. But praise God, because he died on the cross and he rose again, and I have put my faith in him. And that's my hope. That is amazing. And so it's interesting to see that is what's going on. You see this whole different dynamic. If you read Daniel chapter 10, you'll see this entire interaction where Daniel is in this fast for 21 days. And since he's in this fast for 21 days, on the 21st day, an angel shows up. And he's like, hey, Daniel, I've been trying to get to you for 21 days, but the prince of Persia withstood me. That prince of Persia is a representation of a demonic angel. So you have a good angel. So here's Daniel down here. You have this good angel trying to get to Daniel to deliver a message. This good angel's coming to Daniel, and then a bad angel swoops up and they start battling. Now, what's interesting about this entire thing is they're not like fighting with swords. Like this guy, he's not like if he hits them with the sword and cuts them, they don't die. It's not like they just like, got you, and then they disappear. No, that's not like where are they gonna go. These guys, I don't know what it looks like, but they're literally fighting constantly. And it's so crazy to think about this kind of stuff. Like, this is happening all around us right now. Yeah, while we're talking about this, while we're reading the Word of God, absolutely it's happening. And it's just so wild trying to figure this kind of stuff out. But you can get a pretty crazy picture of what's going on around us. And it is really, really, really interesting. And it makes your mind wonder, what would that war happen after the tribulation? Michelle, that war does not happen after the tribulation. That happens during the tribulation, because when he comes to the earth, that is when he's going to really full send it against the Jewish people. So that'll be during the tribulation is when that actually takes place. That's my belief. You can ask another person. They'll probably tell you something completely different. But yeah, I believe that. I believe Revelation chapter 12 is happening during the tribulation, because in Revelation chapter 11 you have the two witnesses that are standing before the temple that is going to be built sometime in the future, and those two witnesses will be preaching in front of the temple for 3.5 years. And so after 3.5 years, they will be overcome by the beast, and the beast will destroy them. Their bodies will be laying in the streets for 3.5 days, and then after they're laying in the streets for 3.5 days, those two witnesses will get up, they'll brush themselves off, they'll give each other a hug, and they'll just be like, we did it, and then they will ascend back up into heaven. And that is the picture that you see in Revelation chapter 11. So then right in Revelation chapter 12, you see this war that breaks out in heaven. And this is when Lucifer gets literally excommunicated from heaven, in a sense. And he is no longer back in. He's like, you're not coming back up here anymore. And so that is another reason why, it's interesting to really make the connection that there's sin in heaven. Why do I say that? It's because Lucifer goes in heaven. He goes before the Lord, and he's constantly accusing the brethren. And so if Lucifer is there, and Lucifer is the definition of sin, the man of sin, the lawless one, the son of perdition, and he's there, that's what I'm talking about. But anyways, it's just really interesting that there is sin in heaven, and so that's why one of the reasons why there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. We really need to do Revelation again. If you would have, I'm just telling you, we could study Ezekiel next, cover Ezekiel 38 war. We're, are you not entertained? What's wrong with Matthew? We're not even halfway through. Matthew 9. Is it all on YouTube? Yes, Heidi is all on Revelation, or it is all on YouTube. Dance. I know, right? Oh my goodness. Yes, Revelation, please, you guys. No, this is awesome. This is teaching a lot, even about. Yeah, all right. Thank you, Miss Page. Thank you. I have one friend in here. No, I'm just kidding. Continue, please. I'm just messing. Hey, thank you, Jules. Thank you for that. I know you guys. We'll probably end up doing it again, which I'm not going to be mad about. Yes, Mark, thank you. That's my YouTube. Somebody asked if it's on YouTube. I think it was Heidi. Take a poll. Nobody ever takes those polls, Holly. There's always like 2 people who respond, which is fine. I just think it's funny. Oh, thanks, Heidi. Yeah, that Revelation one should be redone because there's some things that I probably could expound on a little bit more, just because I understand things a little bit more clearly now. But new heaven, new earth, absolutely. Hey, thank you, Neo the Pug. I appreciate it. I'm totally. Where do we do the polls? I think somebody has to do it. Oh yeah. How do you? There's buttons down here. There's a button. I'm gonna click this. Oh gosh. Oh. There's a whole bunch of options here. Flip camera, mirror your video. I don't know what that does. Mute microphone, pause live. Huh. I'm learning all kinds of things. What is this? What is this right here? Should Ryan do a Q&A now? Okay, I think we know. That one is Eli for sure. I don't think that's what. I think that was. I think they were wanting to do Revelation again. I think that's what the poll was supposed to be. Which I feel like you guys, maybe it's just me. I just feel like I'm always in Revelation, even if we're not. Like in the book of Matthew, we're just always in Revelation. We're always there. I just keep going back to it. I feel like, what do you guys not understand about Revelation? we'll do it again. It's okay. The people have spoken. Tap the upper left-hand corner. I think they wanted to do. I just started one. Look at the top left corner. Eli, I knew that was you. I think they wanted to do a poll on Revelation, which I don't even know. We're talking about this. We haven't even dove into. It's a sign. Okay, let's do it. Matthew chapter 9. You guys are cracking me up. I can't even handle you guys. Somebody knows enough. Who was it? Dina knows enough. Oh, Dina knows enough. Okay. It's good to know. Okay, I am always willing to learn more. Okay. I don't know why that made me laugh so much. Okay. Okay. I've been like the prodigal daughter. Hey, Patriarch Patriotic Jules, welcome back. You voted? Okay. Okay. And need prayer. Absolutely. Well, I'm glad you're back. Jules, we have two Juleses in here. So it is good to have you back. Seven boys say 100% yes. Okay. Mods can't vote, unfortunately. I didn't know that. Matthew chapter 9. Matthew chapter 9. We are going to dive into this, and let's go ahead and get started. If you guys are new here, thanks for being here. All of these studies are up to YouTube. We do a verse-by-verse Bible study if you're looking for something like that, and we've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth. All of those are uploaded to YouTube. And let's go ahead and dive into Matthew chapter 9. Let's get this thing going. Okay, so we're diving into Matthew chapter 9, just a little bit of a recap in Matthew chapter 8. Matthew chapter 8 is when Jesus started doing all of these signs. He was doing all these miracles and miracles and miracles and miracles. So he's basically setting a precedence to who he is by showing people who he is, by doing something that nobody else could ever do. And so he's kind of switching things up. He's shaking it up. And so I want you to imagine being a Jew in the first century and living your entire life in the way of under a Pharisaic type of teaching, under a very legalistic type of standpoint, dealing with these Pharisees, dealing with these Sadducees, obeying the law, going and offering sacrifices in the temple, doing all of these things. And then all of a sudden, one day, Jesus shows up. And now everything has changed. Everything is changing, and these people are trying to keep up with it all, and it is pretty wild. What's up, Josh? I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. In Matthew chapter 9, we are going to be diving into more healings and more miracles. So let's go ahead and get on into it. Matthew chapter 9, verse 1. Heidi voted. Heidi? All right. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 1, it says this. So Jesus, got into a boat, crossed over, and came to his own city. So here he's going back to Capernaum, to Galilee. Capernaum was basically his headquarters in that type of area. That's where he's going to be operating. But it says here in Matthew chapter 9, verse 1, it says, so Jesus got into a boat, crossed over, and came to his own city. Verse 2, then behold, they brought to him a paralytic sitting or lying on a bed. When Jesus saw their faith, he said to the paralytic, son, be of good cheer, your sins are forgiven you. Now, this is really interesting because go to Luke chapter 5. We talked on this before, but this is also echoed in Luke chapter 5, verse 19 and 20 and 21. But this was what we were talking about earlier, because if you remember, we touched on this last night, and I'm going to just touch on it again, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I want you to understand that the Pharisees were being basically attracted to Jesus because of everything they heard about him doing. They heard about the leper. They heard about all of the other miracles, and they are going to go observe Jesus. And so since they're observing Jesus, they are there in the crowd watching. And so in this observation stage, they are just there sitting and observing. They're not watching. All right, they're not asking him any questions. That is what the interrogation stage or the interrogation phase is all about. But right here in Matthew chapter 9, they are in the observation phase where they are just watching Jesus and they are taking mental notes and they're trying to figure out who this guy is. Is he a friend? Is he an enemy? Is he speaking the right things? 19 votes. Oh. Who said no? Shelba! Blocked! Shelba's the only one who doesn't want to do it. I'm calling her out. She's the one. Get her, boys. No, I'm totally kidding. Oh, that's funny. Shelba, I'm curious. Explain yourself. But no, I just think that you can't be trusted. Not yet. I do just not next. What? I do just not next? Words. This is some sick bars. But So these Pharisees are in this observation phase, and they're just sitting there. They're sitting back. They're watching Jesus, and they're just observing. So when you go back to Matthew chapter 9, and it says in verse 2, it says, Matthew chapter 9, verse 2, it says, "Then behold, they brought to him a paralytic lying on a bed. When Jesus saw their faith, he said to the paralytic, 'Son, be of good cheer. Your sins are forgiven you.'" Words are hard, I know. But in verse 2 here, what I want you guys to be mindful of is this was an absolute act of faith. This was an act of faith. This is true faith. And true faith, what does true faith produce? True faith produces acts. It produces works. If you truly believe in something, then you will do that, what you're putting your faith into. And so now acts and works, acts or works, like when you read the book of Acts, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, it's the acts of the disciples. Or you could say it's the works of the disciples. You're literally reading, when you read the book of Acts, you're reading the works of the disciples. And so it's important to understand that works do not save you. Paul tells us in Ephesians 2:8-9, "For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast." But let's go to James chapter 2, and let's talk about this for a second. James chapter 2, verse 17. James chapter 2, verse 17. So in James chapter 2, James kind of touches on works. So in James chapter 2, James gives you three different types of faith. He gives you dead faith, which is where you say you do something, or which is where you say you believe in something, but you don't do anything. That's dead faith. Then you have demonic faith, which is where the demons believe and they tremble. And then it ends with giving you Abraham as an example, which is what we would refer to as dynamic faith. So there's three types of faith that is out there. There's dead faith, there's demonic faith, and there's the dynamic faith. But in James chapter 2, verse 17, James says, "Thus also faith by itself, if it does not have works, is dead. But someone will say, 'You have faith and I have works. Show me your faith without your works, and I will show you my faith by my works.'" And so, there's some people who say that James contradicts Paul because Paul says it's by faith. James says you need to have works. No, James already assumes that you are already a believer. If you are a believer, then works are very important, and it needs to be evident in your life to basically back up your faith, is what he's saying here. But that's a whole different issue. He doesn't contradict Paul at all, is my point. Matthew chapter 9. Let's go back to Matthew chapter 9. So in Matthew chapter 9, you see these people, and they bring this paralytic to Jesus on a bed, and Jesus sees their faith, which is really crazy. But they believed before they saw him, which is really quite amazing. When you think about that, like, imagine the entire scene. Have you guys ever tried carrying somebody before? Because dead weight is really heavy. It is really difficult to just carry somebody who is not helping you out at all. Like, if somebody hops on your back and you give them a piggyback ride, that's easy. But this, but this right here, this required a lot of work. I mean, these guys were sweating. And so you see that their faith started way back there. Before Jesus is over here, and they started way back there. Their faith started right when they started talking to one another. Somebody was like, "Hey, let's get this guy to Jesus." Boom. Faith. Why? Because they understood, they believed that if they did this, Jesus would do this. And so that is what they did here. And so Jesus says in verse 2, "Son, be of good cheer. Your sins are forgiven you." Now, it goes on in verse 3. And in verse 3, it says, "And at once some of the scribes said within themselves, 'This man blasphemes.'" Now, they're having these thoughts. We talked on this last night, so I don't mean to drill it in, but they're in their own minds. They're thinking inside their heads, and they're saying to themselves, not out loud, they're saying within themselves, "This man blasphemes." And so this shows you something that Jesus can do. He, knowing their thoughts, in verse 4, it says, "But Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, 'Why do you think evil in your hearts?'" Now, that's really crazy. So, okay. Why do you think evil in your hearts? That's the question that he's asking. Evil in your hearts. Evil. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 6 and let's look up some stuff we've been here plenty of times, but we're going again. Proverbs chapter 6. You guys are probably like, oh, here we go again. Proverbs chapter 6. But Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, evil in your heart. It is your heart. In case you haven't paid attention or you missed it, everything that Jesus is doing is relating to the heart. It is relating to the heart. But in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, it says, these 6 things the Lord hates. Yes, 7 are an abomination to him. A proud look, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that are swift in running to evil, a false witness who speaks lies, and one who sows discord among the brethren. But I want you to read verse 18 where it says a heart. It is your heart. It doesn't mean that you completed the evil plan. It doesn't mean that you actually carried out and mission accomplished on your evil plan. It is a heart that devises wicked plans. If you have a heart that is completely wicked and is thinking wicked things and doing things like this, he knows that. And that is the whole point of the entire thing, because Jesus in Matthew chapter 5, 6, and 7, he is trying to get you to understand the bad news is that your heart is extremely wicked, right? And so let's Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 9. Jeremiah, it's deceitful above all things. But in Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 9, Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 9. In Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 9, Jeremiah says, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? So the question is, well, the statement is that your heart is wicked. Whether you think so or not, that is how it is. Your heart is wicked. Who can know it? And so this is what, verse 10 is really important to understand, because in Jeremiah 17, verse 10, it says this, I, the Lord, search the heart. I test the mind, even to give every man according to his ways, according to the fruit of his doings. He searches your heart. He tests your mind. And it's so interesting to remember Matthew chapter 4, when Jesus was led into the wilderness by the Spirit for the sole purpose to be tested, to be tempted by the devil. And so if he's going to allow Jesus, his son, to be tempted, then he's going to allow you to be tempted, right? And he's going to know your heart. Let's go to Romans chapter 8, verse 27. Romans chapter 8, verse 27. In Romans chapter 8, verse 27, it says this, now he who searches the hearts knows what the mind of the Spirit is, because he makes intercession for the saints according to the will of God. So what we should do is we should ask God to do what David did. We should ask God to do what David did. Let's go to Psalm chapter 139. Psalm chapter 139, verse 12. Psalm chapter 139, verse 12. In Psalm chapter 130, oh wait, I'm sorry. No, it's Psalm chapter 139, verse 2. Yes. Psalm chapter 139, verse 2. In Psalm 139, verse 2, David says this. David says, you know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thought afar off. You comprehend my path and my lying down, and are acquainted with all my ways. For there is not a word on my tongue, but behold, O Lord, you know it altogether. This is David giving you his knowledge and his wisdom and his understanding. Now go to verse 23 and 24. Psalm 139, verse 23. Now this is what we should ask God to do, because this is really, if you're serious and you're trying to switch your life around and you're trying to get your act together, Psalm 139, verse 23. Psalm 139, verse 23, this is what we need to ask God to do within our own lives. And it's tough. But in Psalm 139, verse 23, David says this, search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my anxieties, and see if there is any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. David really, he understood, right? He understood that God knew his heart. But it's interesting because he's saying, God, search me. Search me. Now, this is something that somebody typically would not do who is living a life of sin. There are Christians who are just doing cannonballs in the mud puddle, right? They're like swan dive, and they're like full sending it, and they're just playing in sin, and they're doing mud angels, and they're like, this is wonderful, right? And they just got it all over them. That type of person is not going to ask God to search me and know my heart and try me and see if there's any wicked way in me, right? They're not going to do that. But a serious person that is maturing in their faith will ask God to do this. And you know what? If you do this, you probably won't like the answer. And if you find the answer, he's going to shine a light on something that needs to change. And when he shines a light on something that is going to change, you're going to have a decision to make. And then you're going to be convicted. And then you're going to be worked on. And he is going to be tweaking what's going on in you. And so if he's like, hey, you know what, Ryan? You're doing this right here. This is something you could work on right here. And it's so interesting. David says to God, he says, search me, O God, and know my heart. Number one, he already knew that God knew his heart. I mean, he already committed. This is after he committed murder. This is actually after he committed adultery, which are two of the worst things you and I could think of, right? Like killing somebody and adultery. My goodness, like that's. And David is a perfect example of God's amazing grace, because he forgave David. Now, that doesn't mean David didn't walk with a limp the rest of his life, because he did. Like, I mean, everywhere you go, David was just writing. He's just like, I'm just trying to be as close as I possibly can to God. And he's basically puppy dogging to Jesus, and he's trying to get closer and closer. And he's like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. And he's like, I know I messed up. And then he comes to the point where he's like, you know what? Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my anxieties. It's interesting. David is acknowledging that he has anxieties. These people that we put up on a shelf above us, like David and Paul and all these other giants in the Old Testament and the New Testament, these people, they were not perfect. They were humans just like you and I. They were working it out. They were trying to figure it out. But you and I have the ability to look back and to learn from them. But that's what we need to be doing. That is something that we should ask God to do, is what David asked God to do for him. Let's go back to Matthew chapter 8. Matthew chapter 8, verse 4. I'm sorry, Matthew chapter 9. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 4. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 4, it says this, but Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, why do you think evil in your hearts? And for which is easier to say, your sins are forgiven you, or to say, arise and walk? But that you may know the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sins. Then he said to the paralytic, arise, take up your bed, and go to your house. Now, what Jesus was doing, this is what we touched on yesterday, is important to understand that Jesus was asking a question. This is a form of rabbinic teaching. It was a method of teaching somebody. And so he told that man that his sins were forgiven. Right? That's what he started out on in verse 2. He said, your sins are forgiven you. So your sins are forgiven. The Pharisee or the scribe hears this and is like, what? I beg your finest pardon. And then Jesus is like, why are you thinking this evil in your heart? And so he calls him out on it. And so what he's doing is he's proving that he can do the harder by doing he's proving that he can do the easier by doing the harder. The easier thing to do in this situation is to just say your sins are forgiven, right? Because I can say it. The harder thing to do in this situation is to say rise up and walk. That's the harder thing to prove, because then there's actually going to be evidence of that. So Jesus is proving here that he can do the easier by doing the harder, if that makes sense. So that's what he says in verse 6. He says, arise, take up your bed, and go to your house. Matthew chapter 9. Hey, thank you, Monica. Matthew chapter 9, verse 7. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 7, it says this, and he arose and departed to his house. Now, when the multitude saw it, they marveled and glorified God, who had given such power to men. Now, this is very instructive here, because what he says in verse 8, it says, now when the multitudes saw it, they marveled and glorified God. Now, this right here is you. This applies to you, and it applies to me. What they did is they saw. They got their beady little eyes out, and they're watching, they're observing, right? They saw, and then their reaction was to glorify God, right? They saw, and they naturally glorified God. Let's go back to Matthew chapter 5, verse 16. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16, going back to the Sermon on the Mount. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16, it says this, let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. That is exactly what just took place here when Jesus healed this paralytic. It says in Matthew chapter 9, verse 8, it says, now when the multitude saw it, they marveled and glorified God. This is the whole point. God gets the glory. And that is so cool. But, oh, hey, thank you, Monica. Thank you so much. And it's interesting here that Jesus tells them that he forgave their sins, right? He forgave that person's sins. That is something that nobody else ever did before. Nobody else has done that. Like Elijah, Moses, these people like forgiving sins, like them actually forgiving sins. No, this is very uncommon. Everything is being shaken up. Jesus shows up. He's healing things that never should be healed. He's making the winds and the seas obey. He's raising the dead. He's bringing them back from the dead. He's doing all of these things that shouldn't be happening. And he's doing bam, 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 bam. And then he says, your sins are forgiven. And so these people are getting like a slap across the face right now. They're just like trying to figure out who this guy is. And so they're challenging him. And so if you keep on reading the Gospel of Luke, which we'll keep ping-ponging between Matthew, Mark, and Luke. In case you guys don't understand, Matthew, Mark, and Luke are what we refer to as synoptics. They're synoptic Gospels. They are the same optics. They are viewed from the same perspective, like from people who were there, but they had different perspectives. So Matthew, Mark, and Luke are synoptics. Anyways, Matthew chapter 9, verse 9. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 9, as we move on, in Matthew chapter 9, verse 9, it says this, as Jesus passed on from there, he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the tax office. And he said to him, follow me. So he arose and followed him. Now, Matthew, his name used to be Levi. Yeah, synoptic, absolutely. So Matthew, his name used to be Levi. But what's interesting about Matthew's name is that his name, Matthew, here in the Greek, means gift of God, which I think is very interesting. But his name is gift of God. But let's remember a little bit about Matthew. Matthew is very Jewish. He's not just Jewish. He's very Jewish. like you're not Christian-ish. Like you are very Christian, right? Like this dude is very Jewish. And so he understood what it meant when he heard that a leper was made ceremonial clean. He heard that a leper was made ceremonial clean. That's what Jesus did when he healed that leper. It sent shockwaves throughout the people, and he understood that. And he also understood what it meant when Jesus said, your sins are forgiven. So Matthew, from his understanding, being a tax collector, he was educated. This guy is connecting the dots himself. And so I don't want you to read Matthew 9:9, and it just is a casual type of situation where Jesus just starts walking and just happens to see somebody, and he's like, hey, follow me. And then Matthew just gets up and just starts following him. That's not the picture here. He was very mindful of everything that was going on around. He was very aware of who Jesus was. This was not just a little verse, and there's no context to it, so don't get it mistaken. But it tells us here in Matthew chapter 9, verse 9, that Matthew was a tax collector. And so what's interesting and important to really learn about the tax collectors is that these tax collectors were famous for ripping people off. They were famous for ripping people off for more than what they actually owed people. And so there's this, the way that it worked back then is basically the government would basically hire would basically hire somebody to be in charge of collecting the taxes, and whoever was in charge of collecting the taxes, the government would give them a number, and they'd be like, hey, tax collector, at the end of the year, just make sure that we have $1 million, right? Or 1,000,000 shekels, whatever the number is. They would give them a number, be like, at the end of the year, this is how much you owe us. And so with that number in mind, the tax collectors were infamous for being like, okay, we just got to make sure we get 1 million, but if we accidentally get like 1.5 million or 2 million, then we get to keep the rest of it. And so these tax collectors were ripping people off, and so what they basically were allowed to keep all of the excess taxes, and so they would start hiking it up a little bit more just so they could make their cut. And so that's why these tax collectors were viewed in a very negative kind of atmosphere, because they were ripping people off. And so here in Matthew chapter 9 verse 9, it says, as Jesus passed on from there, he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the tax office, and he said to him, follow me. So he arose and followed him. So with all that in mind, I want you to get the picture here about Matthew being this tax collector. Matthew just wasn't just some dude. Like, this job, he was wealthy. Like, this dude had money. And so what you see here in verse 9, at the end of verse 9, it says, so he arose and followed him. Matthew got up and he followed him. He burnt the bridges. He left it behind. No turning back. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, right? That's what Matthew did here. It is unbelievable. Let's go to Luke chapter 5. Luke chapter 5. Luke chapter 5, verse 27. In Luke chapter 5, verse 27, Luke gives us a little bit more description. In Luke chapter 5, verse 27, Luke expounds on what we just read. He gives you a different picture here. In Luke chapter 5, verse 27, it says, after these things, he went out and saw a tax collector named Levi, which was his name, used to be Levi. Hey, thanks, Dano. Sitting at the tax office, and he said to him, follow me. Luke chapter 5, verse 28, it says, so he left all, rose up, and followed him. He left all. So that is more information than what Matthew gives you. Because Matthew, in Matthew 9:9, Matthew just tells us that, so he arose and followed him. Luke tells you that Matthew left all. He left it all, which I think is very interesting to kind of key in on, because Matthew is writing about himself here in Matthew 9:9. Luke describes more detail from Luke's point of view. Luke is like, no, Matthew, you left it all. Luke was a doctor. He is seeing a tax collector. He's like, dude, the tax collector left it all. You see, like, the difference perspective here. Matthew didn't feel like he needed to add that here, but Matthew just says that he just got up and followed him. But what you see is Matthew is just completely setting it all aside, and he is following Jesus. And not only is he following Jesus, if you read in Luke chapter 5, verse 29, Matthew comes to this. He doesn't just follow Jesus, but he after he follows Jesus, he throws a little party, which is really funny. So he puts Matthew chapter 5, verse 29. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 29, it says this: then Levi, or Matthew, gave him, Jesus, a great feast in his own house. And there were a great number of tax collectors and others who sat down with them. And their scribes and Pharisees complained against his disciples, saying, why do you eat and drink with tax collectors and sinners? And Jesus answered and said to them, those who are well have no need of a physician, but those who are sick. I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. So you see that he goes back, he throws a party, essentially, and he's all about Jesus all of a sudden. And he's following Jesus, and you can just see, like, what does a feast make you think of? What kind of attitude do you think somebody has if they throw on a feast? That's a joyous time. That's a happy decision. He is just all in. And he's like, you know what? I know who you are. And so it's kind of cool to see this kind of this happening. And he's throwing a party. But let's go back to Matthew chapter 9. Matthew chapter 9. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 10, Matthew chapter 9, verse 10, it says this. Now it happened as Jesus sat at the table in the house. Now that house is what we just read in Luke. The house is Matthew's house. This is Matthew chapter 9, verse 10. The house is Matthew's house. So in Matthew chapter 9, verse 10, it says, Now it happened as Jesus sat at the table in the house, that behold, many tax collectors and sinners came and sat down with him and his disciples. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said to his disciples, Why does your teacher eat with tax collectors and sinners? Verse 12, When Jesus heard that, he said to them, Those who are well have no need of a physician, but those who are sick. Verse 13 says, But go and learn what this means. I desire mercy and not sacrifice. For I did not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. So here in verse 13, what Jesus ends up doing is he's talking to the Pharisees. He responds to the Pharisees, and he tells the Pharisees to go look up Hosea chapter 6, verse 6. So he quotes Hosea chapter 6, verse 6. So go to Hosea chapter 6, verse 6. In Hosea chapter 6, verse 6, it says this. In Hosea chapter 6, verse 6, it says this, For I desire mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings. That is really quite something. So going back to Matthew chapter 9, verse 13, what Jesus quotes, what he does here is Jesus quotes one of their scriptures. He's quoting their scriptures. And what do you think of when you hear the word scriptures? You should think of Old Testament. Just think of Old Testament, because that's what he's talking about. Anytime you hear the word scriptures, that's talking about Old Testament stuff. So Jesus is quoting their scriptures. He's quoting their Old Testament. And so Jesus points them to Hosea chapter 6, verse 6, and he tells them to go figure it out. And what's interesting about this entire thing is that these Pharisees are just like scratching their head trying to figure out who Jesus is. And then when you read the passage that Jesus handpicks out of the Old Testament and brings to the forefront of our minds, he tells you so much about who he is, about who our God is. By quoting Hosea chapter 6, verse 6, he says this. He's like, listen, Pharisees. He says, I desire mercy. Let that just like wash over you for a second. That is what he desires. He, our God, would rather have mercy. Isn't that wonderful? Like, that is so wonderful. What do we deserve? We don't deserve mercy. It is unbelievable, because there's people who will probably come in here sooner or later and be like, oh, if your God's so loving, why does he allow this to happen? It'll be like, what's Exodus 28? And like, quote, Numbers, they'll start like bringing some stuff back, and they're just like looking for a reason. And then it's so amazing, because then you see Jesus when he's here, and he's talking to the Pharisees, who basically were the forerunners of riling up the crowd to get people riled up to and angry against Jesus to crucify him. And he is telling them straight to their face. He's like, go figure it out. What is Hosea 6:6 telling you? He is telling you that God desires mercy and not sacrifice. Everything is changing here, right? Everything is changing. These Jewish people were so legalistic. Sacrifice, right? And God is, what Jesus here is like shaking everything up. It's mercy. It's not the law. Jesus doesn't fit very well with these people, right? And so he's trying to walk them to it. But in verse 13, he says, but go and learn. Go and figure it out. Go and learn what this means. I desire mercy and not sacrifice. For I did not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. It's interesting, because we understand, because Peter tells us that God is not willing that any should perish. That's unbelievable. Anybody, even the worst person that you can think of in the world right now, God loves them as much as he loves you. Let that sink in for a little bit. That's crazy. Are you kidding me? The worst person in the world that's alive right now, God loves them just as much as he loves you. That is really quite something. And it's rather humbling because we look at those people as if they're below us and as they're beneath us. But Paul tells us in Corinthians, he says, and such were some of you. So when you come, so Matthew chapter 9, let's go back to Matthew chapter 9, because we're going to start getting a little, go all over the place here. But in Matthew chapter 9, verse 14, it says in verse 14, Matthew chapter 9, verse 14, it says, then the disciples of John came to him, saying, why do we and the Pharisees fast often, but your disciples do not fast? All right, so the Pharisees, they're asking Jesus a question. And then now John the Baptist, his disciples, they show up to Jesus, and they are now asking Jesus questions too. So they're showing up and they're looking at Jesus. They're looking at the disciples of Jesus. They're paying attention, and they're like, why are you guys different than us? What's going on here? And so the question that these disciples of John had is, if Jesus was the Messiah, why was Jesus's teachings on fasting so different from John's? Because they are all over here with John the Baptist, and John the Baptist is telling them how to operate in their day-to-day. But then these disciples of John are looking over here to Jesus's disciples, and they are looking at Jesus's disciples, and they're seeing that they're not fasting. Why aren't you fasting? We're fasting. And if you're the Messiah, then how come your message is different than John the Baptist's message? Aren't you guys on the same team? What's going on here? So that's essentially what he's asking. So in Matthew chapter 9, verse 14, it says, then the disciples of John came to him, saying, why do we and the Pharisees fast often, but your disciples do not fast? So let's go to, what Jesus is going to do here is, Jesus, in these upcoming verses, Jesus is going to respond to this question by using 3 parables. Jesus is going to respond to this question by using 3 parables to get the point across. And let's go to Luke chapter 5, verse 33. So in Luke chapter 5, verse 33, you see the exact same thing here just from Luke's account. In Luke chapter 5, verse 33, it says this, then they said to him, why do the disciples of John fast often and make prayers? And likewise those of the Pharisees, but yours eat and drink. So in verse 33 here, Luke 5:33, and it's the same thing that's going on in Matthew chapter 9, what we're reading over there, they're the similar accounts, this different descriptive words. But here, what you're seeing is that you have a contrast that is going on. You have the law that God gave, and in the law that God gave, there is only God gave a law that is only required them to fast one time. There's only one time where they are required to fast, and that's important to really zoom in on. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 16, verse 29. Leviticus chapter 16. Verse 29, because this is the only time where he is requiring it to happen. Leviticus chapter 16, verse 29. In Leviticus chapter 16, verse 29, it says this, this shall be a statute forever for you. In the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall afflict your souls and do no work at all, whether a native of your own country or a stranger who dwells among you. Now read verse 31. In verse 31, Leviticus chapter 16, verse 31, it says this, it is a Sabbath of solemn rest for you, and you shall afflict your souls. It is a statute forever. So you have, this is the only time where they are required to fast once a year. And that is the law that God gave them. That's it. All the other fasting was voluntary. So these fastings that the Pharisees were doing were a very legalistic type of thing. It was a legalistic mentality. It was not God's law, it was man's law. And so their fasting that they're talking about was voluntary, and fasting often became tradition. And so we understand that there's all kinds of man-made traditions in the Jewish world. So let's go to Mark chapter 7, verse 3. Mark chapter 7, verse 3. In Mark chapter 7, verse 3, it says this. Mark chapter 7, verse 3, it says this. For the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands in a special way, holding the tradition of the elders. Hey, thank you, Jules. And so you see this whole situation that's going on here, that tradition in the Jewish world is it's a very real thing in the Jewish mentality. So the fasting that they are referring to here was voluntary. It became a tradition. But what's interesting is that tradition is different from law. We need to make that connection. We need to understand that just because it's tradition doesn't mean that it's a law thing. But you can see how very quickly when people do things because of tradition, that when they do things, and when they look out into the world and they see other people not doing them, then they're judging those people. And they're like, why aren't you doing what we're doing? Because you should be doing what we're doing. Why aren't you doing what we're doing? So their tradition is different from law. So the Pharisees and John's disciples adopted this rule, and they forgot, essentially, that it wasn't a law from God. So the fasting goes back to Jesus' teachings on the Sermon on the Mount, all the way back in Matthew chapter 6, verse 16. So let's go to Matthew chapter 6, verse 16. Matthew chapter 6, verse 16, because Jesus addresses this in the Sermon on the Mount. In Matthew chapter 6, verse 16, Jesus says this, Moreover, when you fast, do not be like the hypocrites with a sad countenance, for they disfigure their faces that they may appear to men to be fasting. Assuredly, I say to you, they have their reward. But when you fast, anoint your head and wash your face, so that you do not appear to men to be fasting, but to your Father who is in the secret place, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you openly. So you have this whole concept of fasting, and you have this very legalistic type of mentality that's going on. And these men, these disciples of John, they show up and they're trying to figure out, Matthew chapter 9, going back to Matthew chapter 9, verse 14, they show up and they're trying to figure out why Jesus's disciples are not fasting, because John the Baptist's disciples were fasting. And they're trying to get an answer from Jesus. But that's an important thing to remember. Let's go to Matthew chapter 9, verse 14. We're going to read verse 14 and 15 now. So in Matthew chapter 9, verse 14, it says, Then the disciples of John came to him, saying, Why do we and the Pharisees fast often, but your disciples do not fast? So the Pharisees fasted twice a week. They prided themselves in how many times that they fasted. And they were like, look at how awesome we are. We are so holy. We are so holy. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to be so holy today, and I'm going to fast. And not only am I going to fast once this week, I'm going to fast 2 times this week. And then when I fast 3 times this week, I'm going to be looking at you, and I'm going to be like, how come you're not as cool as me? You see this type of stuff. So the Pharisees started doing it, and the disciples of John started adopting that type of mentality too. And so they go to Jesus, they ask him that, and then we get to verse 15. In verse 15, it says this, And Jesus said to them, Can the friends of the bridegroom mourn as long as the bridegroom is with them? But the days will come when the bridegroom will be taken away from them, and then they will fast. You know, it's very interesting. The Bible tells us that John the Baptist is the friend of the bridegroom. The friend. He's the friend of the groom. He is not the groom. He is the friend of the groom. So Jesus here, which I think is very interesting, is he is bringing in, he's starting to talk in this very, a way that they would understand. And so he starts to talk in this parable type of way by introducing the phrase bridegroom. Now that's very fascinating. So here in verse 15, remember that they are in Capernaum. That's what chapter 9, verse 1 tells us. And chapter 9 tells us that he got into the boat, crossed over, and came to his own city. So he's back in Capernaum, in Galilee. So he's back in Galilee. And so we need to remember that they are in Capernaum, which is in Galilee. And here in verse 15, Matthew chapter 9, verse 15, Jesus answers the question by relating it to something that they would understand. The thing that they would understand is the Galilean wedding. Now, the Galilean wedding is something that we've talked about on here multiple times. And if you don't know about it, then it's amazing. And we're going to touch on it a little bit, but there's so much more. I just want you to understand there's so much more to what we're not going to touch on, but we're going to give you the cliff notes on this type of thing. And so let's talk about this Galilean wedding. So an engagement, so in this Galilean wedding, there's a betrothal or an engagement. After that, there is a payment of the purchase price. Then after that, the bridegroom and the bride are set apart. And whenever you hear the word set apart, you should probably associate that with being sanctified, because that's what set apart means. If you see the word sanctified in the Bible, it literally means to be set apart. And so after the betrothal, after the purchase price is there, then they are both set apart, and then the bridegroom goes to his father's house. And so when the bridegroom goes to his father's house, he begins, this is what John talks about in his gospel, but he basically talks, in my father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you, and I go to prepare a place for you. Jesus is telling his people that he is going to the Father, and he's painting it in a way that they would understand. He's talking to people in a way that they would understand. A bridegroom in a Galilean wedding would understand this. This is something that their minds would have connected to. And so he starts to plant the seeds of a bridegroom, of a wedding. Whenever you think of a bridegroom, it makes you think of a wedding. A wedding is a very good thing, but the bridegroom goes to the Father, and what he does in the Galilean wedding, if you were a regular Joe Schmo, like if you went to your father's house, you would stay at your father's house and you would work nonstop to build a place. You would add an addition to your father's house. So if your father's house is right here, and I'm the son, and I come home and I'm like, I got a bride. She said yes, Dad. She said yes. I'm gonna start working to my father's house, and I'm gonna build an extension, and it's gonna be attached to my father's house. And that is going to be for me and my bride. And so I'm going to keep working on this thing and working on it 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 and working on it. And then when it's all done, I'm going to go to my dad. I'm going to be like, hey, Dad, I think I got it all set. My dad is the one who's going to be the one who says, not yet. You got to keep working on it. You got to keep working on it. And so I get back and I keep working and I keep working and I keep working. And then finally, the only person who can give the green light for the son to go get his bride is the father. So the father in the Galilean wedding, if you lived in Galilee, if you were the dad, you were the only one who gave the permission to your son to say, go get her. And so when the father says to the son, go get your bride, then he would go get her. But let's pause there for a second, because let's talk about the bride. What is the bride supposed to be doing during this entire time? If you're the bride and you're waiting for your groom to come and get you, you're supposed to be ready, because the bride has no idea when the groom is going to come get her. So can you imagine? That's crazy, because it could be like 5 weeks. It could be 10 weeks. It could be 20 weeks. It could be a year. It could be 2 years. I don't know. But what is required of that bride is for her to be ready. And that is very, it paints this entire picture of what you should be doing and what I should be doing. We need to be ready. So this bridegroom goes to his father's house, and the bride is going to be constantly needs to be prepared for his imminent return. It is imminent. And so this is what's interesting about the Bible, is that there is something that we would refer to as the doctrine of imminency. We are constantly supposed to be ready, eagerly awaiting. We have no idea when it's going to happen, but we know eagerly awaiting, eagerly awaiting, eagerly awaiting. If you do a study of just eagerly awaiting or eagerly waiting, you will see that each time that phrase is used, it's in connection with the second, or with the second coming. And so we are supposed to be eagerly waiting. And so that's a really cool thing to make a connection to. But we are supposed to be waiting for his imminent return. So the covenant was established in the covenant. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 25. 1 Corinthians chapter 11. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 25. In 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 25, it says this. In 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 25, it's talking about the Lord's Supper. In 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 25, it says this. In the same manner, he also took the cup after supper, saying, this cup is the new covenant in my blood. This do, and thank you, Amy, this do as often as you drink it in remembrance of me. And it's interesting that blood, right? Like, what's going on with the blood? If you pay attention to the Bible, if you go back to the Old Testament in the Torah, the Bible will tell you in the Exodus that the life is in the what? The life is in the what? The life is in the blood. And that is all the way back in the Torah. That is all back there. But you have this new covenant that's being introduced to you. But the purchase price, so you have the covenant between us. That's the covenant. And then you have the purchase price. So let's talk about the purchase price. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 6. 1 Corinthians chapter 6. Verse 19. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19. In 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19, 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19, Paul says this. In 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19, Paul says this, or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit who is in you, whom you have from God, and you are not your own? For you were bought at a price. You were bought at a price. Therefore, glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. It is so interesting to think about that there was a covenant, there was a betrothal, there was a purchase price, which is what we just read about there, that we were bought with a price, or we were bought for a price, and that is what we just read in 1 Corinthians chapter 6. But now, let's talk about being set apart. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 10. Hebrews chapter 10. Hebrews chapter 10, verse 10. In Hebrews chapter 10, verse 10, remember how I told you about sanctified? Anytime you see the word sanctified, it means set apart. Hebrews chapter 10, verse 10, it says this, but that will we have been sanctified through the offering of the body of Jesus Christ once for all. So we have been set apart through the offering of the body of Jesus Christ once for all. So you have the bride being set apart. We are being set apart. And there's another picture of this in Ephesians. Go to Ephesians chapter 5. Ephesians chapter 5 is another picture of this. Ephesians chapter 5. In Ephesians chapter 5, verse 25. In Ephesians chapter 5, verse 25. Ephesians chapter 5, verse 25. Ephesians chapter 5, verse 25. Paul says this, husbands, love your wives, just as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for her, that he might sanctify and cleanse her with the washing of the water by the word, that he might present her to himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or anything or any such thing, but that she should be holy and without blemish. It's just so cool to see this happening. You just see that we are being set apart. We are being sanctified. We are being set apart. Wow, that is so cool. Oh man. And then the bridegroom, so with going with the model that we see, there's the betrothal, which is just the engagement between the man and the woman. Then the man would go back to the father's house. That is, hey, thank you, Angel. What's interesting is that Jesus, so go to Acts chapter 1. In Acts chapter 1, Jesus left. Jesus left. In Acts chapter 1, verse 9. In Acts chapter 1, verse 9, here is the bridegroom leaving. In Acts chapter 1, verse 9, it says this: Now when he had spoken these things, thank you, Sharia. Now when he had spoken these things, while they watched, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. Hey, thank you, Sharia. So there's that cloud. This cloud is a picture of Shekinah glory. It's another type of the Shekinah glory. This cloud, it's not a normal cloud. It's not just like you're playing Mario and like you hop on a cloud and Nimbus and you're just like, ah. No, this is something supernatural, right? Like clearly. But that is the bridegroom going to the Father right there. That is the literal bridegroom going to the Father. Thanks, Sharia. Thank you so much. The Shekinah glory is the manifestation of God's glory. It's His presence. It's what we talked about earlier. When the Israelites were wandering through the wilderness, they had the cloud by day and they had the fire by night. That was not normal. They were literally, it was a literal hovering, and that was a representation of God's glory. Another picture is obviously when the temple was built, that Solomon built the temple, the first temple, and right when it was completed, God's glory showed up, and basically all the priests had to run out. And that's what's going on there. So that's just two examples. You can check it out in other places. Burning bush, yeah, burning bushes. In Exodus chapter 2, obviously, when he sees the burning bush, that's the angel of the Lord in that bush. That angel of the Lord is Jesus. But yeah, that is, so anyways, going back to Acts chapter 1, what we just read in Acts chapter 1, that is the picture of the bridegroom, where the bridegroom left. He went to the Father. And the thing about the bridegroom leaving in this Galilean wedding type mentality is that he left. So we know that he left. Thank you, Sharia. So since we know that he left, what does that automatically imply? Well, based upon the model that we see in the Galilean wedding, is that since he left, based on the Galilean wedding, he's going to come back. And he's going to come back by surprise, which is really, really crazy. Let's go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. Because in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, you get a very, very controversial topic, which if you want people to start hating on you, then you go ahead and start talking about this. But I personally, this is just my personal opinion. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. There's a lot of people who disagree with me on that, but it's actually mind-blowing how many people will hate on people who actually believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. I can't think of any other doctrine where people, because I've touched on all kinds of things. I've done all kinds of recaps on TikTok, and I haven't really got much pushback on anything. But when you talk about the pre-tribulation rapture, people come out of the woodwork and they're just like, no. And I'm like, well, it's just my opinion. But in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 verse 16, in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 verse 16, it says this: For the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, and with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And thus we shall always be with the Lord. Therefore, comfort one another with these words. Comfort is a big key theme, especially when you're thinking about Isaiah chapter 40 all the way to chapter 66. Comfort, comfort, comfort. It is a good thing. But you see the word caught up there in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 17. The word caught up is the word harpazo. We are going to be seized. We are going to be snatched away by force. It's unbelievable. And so the bridegroom is going to return, and it's the doctrine of imminency. We are supposed to constantly be expecting this type of stuff. And so he's giving us pictures all throughout the Bible, and he's letting us know what's happening by using these type of models so that we can use that in a sense to basically as like a gauge, as like a litmus test to other ideas. But that is a little bit of an idea. So going back to Matthew chapter 9, in Matthew chapter 9, verse 15, going full circle here, In Matthew chapter 9, verse 15, thank you, Karina. Matthew chapter 9, verse 15, it says, "And Jesus said to them, Can the friends of the bridegroom mourn as long as the bridegroom is with them? But the days will come when the bridegroom will be taken away from them, and then they will fast." Now, if you read the book of Acts, if you read the Acts of the disciples or the apostles, you will find that after Jesus went into heaven, the disciples fasted. It was a very clear thing. There's a very clear picture on it. Fasting is important. It is not something that is required. It's not like there's people who are so Old Testament still, they are still back in the Old Covenant, whereas I am in the New Covenant. And you need to be mindful of the differences. Don't be sucked back into the Old Covenant. They're two very different things. There is the old and there's the new. But let's go to Hebrews chapter 9. Let's talk about these covenants real fast. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 9. Hebrews chapter 9, verse 1. Hebrews chapter 9, verse 1. What in the world? Hebrews chapter 9, verse 1. All right, so in Hebrews chapter 9, verse 1, it says this. Hebrews chapter 9, we're going to read verse 9. Hebrews chapter 9, we're going to read verse 1 to 10. In Hebrews chapter 9, verse 1 through 10. Hebrews chapter 9, verse 1, it says this. I believe Paul is the one who wrote the book of Hebrews, just so you understand what I believe here. But I believe Paul says this in Hebrews chapter 9, verse 1. "Then indeed, even the first covenant had ordinances of divine service in the earthly sanctuary. For a tabernacle was prepared, the first part, in which was the lampstand, the table, and the showbread, which is called the sanctuary. And behind the second veil, the part of the tabernacle, which is called the holiest of all, which had the golden censer and the ark of the covenant overlaid on all sides with gold, in which were the golden pot that had the manna, Aaron's rod that budded, and the tablets of the covenant. And above it were the cherubim of glory overshadowing the mercy seat. Of these things we cannot now speak in detail. Now, when these things had been thus prepared, the priests always went into the first part of the tabernacle, performing the services. But into the second part, the high priest went alone once a year, not without blood, which he offered for himself and for the people's sins committed in ignorance, the Holy Spirit indicating this, that the way into the holiest of all was not yet made manifest while the first tabernacle was still standing. It was symbolic for the present time in which both gifts and sacrifices are offered, which cannot make him who performed the sacrifice perfect in regard to the conscience, concerned only with foods and drinks, various washings, and fleshly ordinances imposed until the time of Reformation. So we just talked a lot about things here, about weird, like all kinds of stuff here. Okay, so what he's talking about here in Hebrews 9, verse 1 through 10, he's basically painting you a picture of what was used to be. They used to do all of these things. He's telling you that the high priest, or he's telling you that the priest would always go into the holy place, which inside the holy place in the tabernacle was different than the Holy of Holies. So you have this rectangle, and the first part of the rectangle right here is called the holy place. This is where all the priests could go to. But then up here, this is called the Holy of Holy place. So we're going to talk about the holy place right now. And right when the priest would go into the holy place, there would be the table of showbread on your right. There would be the menorah with the 7 candlesticks on your left. And then right in front of you, you would have the altar of incense. And then right behind that, you would have this veil that was thick. And that was what was separating the holy place from the Holy of Holy place. And so these priests would go in there and they would do their priestly duties. But then he's telling you here in Hebrews chapter 9 that the high priest would go from the holy place to the Holy of Holy place, and he would go behind the veil. And that is where the Ark of the Covenant laid. And then the mercy seat was on top of that. And so the mercy seat covers the Ark of the Covenant. What was inside the Ark of the Covenant? Well, if you read Hebrews chapter 9, verse 4, he tells you that that there's multiple things. You have manna, you have Aaron's rod that was budded, and then you have the testimony, the tablets of the covenant, which was, you know, the Ten Commandments. So you have this picture, you have the mercy seat that goes on top of the law. You literally see a mercy is covering the law. If this is the Ten Commandments, if everything that's inside the Ark of the Covenant represents the law or the Old Covenant, then you have the mercy, which is representative of the New Covenant. The mercy seat literally went on top of it. It is a picture. And so when you go back to Hebrews chapter 9, verse 9, in Hebrews chapter 9, verse 9, Paul says it was symbolic. Everything back then, everything we were doing in the Old Testament, all of the sacrifices, everything in the law, everything you are seeing was symbolic. It was meant to not last. And so that is when Jesus showed up. He fulfilled all of that, and he's going to bring in this new covenant. But there is a big difference between the old and the new. And that is a little picture of what's going on in Hebrews chapter 9, verse 1 through 10. The old covenant was conditional. It was very conditional. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 30. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 15. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 15. In Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 15, it says this. In Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 15. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 15. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 15. It says this. See, I have set before you today life and good, death and evil, and that I command you today to love the Lord your God, to walk in his ways and to keep his commandments, his statutes, and his judgments, that you may live and multiply. And the Lord your God will bless you in the land which you go to possess. But if your heart turns away so that you do not hear and are drawn away and worship other gods and serve them, I announce to you today that you shall surely perish. You shall not prolong your days in land which you cross over to Jordan, or over the Jordan to go in and possess. You have this conditional, it's a very conditional covenant. The old covenant was very conditional. It was I will give you this if you do this. You will get this if you do this. But if you do not listen to me, then you will get this. The old condition, it was conditional. Now let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14. 1 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14. In 1 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14. In 1 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14, it says this. If you fear the Lord and serve him and obey his voice and do not rebel against the commandment of the Lord, then both you and the king who reigns over you will continue following the Lord your God. However, if you do not obey the voice of the Lord, but rebel against the commandment of the Lord, then the hand of the Lord will be against you, as it was against your fathers. So he's telling them this whole thing was never meant to last. It was never meant to last. That's why the Ark of the Covenant, the actual box, like the box that they carried around on the poles, you know, like where they're carrying it in the battle and that kind of stuff. The Ark of the Covenant, it's a very clear picture. Like everything that is done it's on purpose. And so what I mean by that is this Ark of the Covenant, it was designed to decay. It's literally designed to decay. That is why the Ark of the Covenant, it was made of wood. It was overlaid in gold. So it was made of wood. So wood decays. It's not meant to last. However, when you look at the mercy seat, which is on top of the Ark of the Covenant, the mercy seat was made of hammered gold. Nothing else. Gold's not going away. It's a picture of everlasting. It is there. It is not deteriorating, right? Wood goes away. I mean, just go out and just drive throughout the country and you'll see barns, like those red barns that are falling apart. Like clearly the wood does not last. But gold, is on top. It is made of nothing but gold. And so it's very fascinating to see this picture of what the covenants are representing. The Ark of the Covenant is not made to last. The mercy covenant is meant to be forever, which is really cool because Jesus is switching it all up here. Now let's go to these unconditional covenants. Let's go to Luke 22, verse 20. Luke chapter 22, verse 20. In Luke chapter 22, verse 20, Jesus says this. In Luke chapter 22, verse 20, this is the actual Lord's Supper here. In Luke chapter 22, verse 20, verse 19. Luke chapter 22, verse 19, it says, he took bread, gave thanks and broke it, and gave it to them, saying, "This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me." Luke chapter 22, verse 20, it says, "Likewise he took the cup after supper, saying, This cup is the new covenant in my blood, which is shed for you." That is crazy. He's talking about this new covenant. This new covenant. Everything was getting switched upside down when Jesus showed up. Everything's getting reorganized. Let's go to this new covenant, but he mentions blood, right? Like, that's strange. Let's go to Exodus chapter 6, verse 6. We talked about the blood being, the life being in the blood. Let's go to Exodus chapter 6. Exodus chapter 6, verse 6. That's not it. I can't remember. Okay. Where? I can't remember. Can't remember off the top of my head. I thought that's where it was. Well, you can look it up. The life is in the blood. I can't remember exactly where it is, but you can look that up. That's in Exodus somewhere if you want to check that out. But very, very interesting. So you have Luke 22, verse 20. We're talking about this new covenant. So let's go to Ephesians chapter 2 now. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 13. Sorry about that. I wrote down the wrong one. Ephesians chapter 2. Ephesians chapter 2. So in Ephesians chapter 2, verse 13, Ephesians chapter 2, verse 13, it says this: "But now, in Christ Jesus, you who were far off have been brought near by the blood of Christ. For he himself is our peace, who has made both one and has broken down the middle wall of separation, having abolished in his flesh the enmity, that is the law of commandments contained in ordinances, so as to create in himself one new man from the two, thus making peace." What Jesus did, so what that's talking about is, like, in the temple there was a certain area to where Gentiles were not allowed to go past. And so what he's talking about here is he's basically, so inside this temple there's this wall of partition, and he's saying that Gentiles couldn't go past. And so Jesus broke that wall down, and he's like, everybody is now, everything changed. Once Jesus died, everything absolutely changed. But let's go to Romans chapter 6. Romans chapter 6, verse 14. Romans chapter 6, verse 14. In Romans chapter 6, verse 14, it says this: "For sin shall not have dominion over you, for you are not under law, but under grace." Wow. You are not under law, but you are under grace. Everything is completely different. There are still some people in our world today who are forcing themselves to still be under the law. And if you focus on the law just brings death. Like, that's nothing. The law basically is a giant flashlight that people shine around, that basically is shining a light on how lost you actually are. Because everywhere you use the law, you're like, yep, I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. That's the whole point of the law. The law was given so that grace might abound. It might that sin might abound, that sin might increase. That's crazy. You can read that in Romans chapter, 7, Romans chapter 5 and Romans chapter 7, I think it is, which is fascinating to think about it. The law was given so that we might sin more, because that's really crazy. That it's kind of like if I like put like a sign in my lawn that says "Do not walk on the grass." Everybody's going to be walking on that grass. Like nobody would ever walk on it before. But if you put a sign that says "Don't walk on it," when people go around walking their dogs, you know that they're going to look around. They're going to be like, "I'm totally going to walk on this crap," right? That's what they're going to do. But the law, we are not under law. We are under grace. So let's go back to Matthew now. Matthew chapter 9, verse 15. Just bringing it back. I'm just trying to get you a picture that the Hebrews 9, verse 1 through 10 paints you a picture very clearly of what was and what it was representing. It was symbolic. Everything they were doing. Remember what Paul tells us in the book of Romans. Everything back then was for our learning. It is not something that applies to us today, but it was for our learning. What is that? Just so you can, Romans chapter 15, I think. Well, let me look that up before I tell you. I think it's Romans chapter 15. Yes, Romans chapter 15, verse 4. In Romans chapter 15, verse 4, Paul says this: "For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we through the patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope." So everything was written before was for our learning. So that is good to remember that. We are no longer under that law. There's a lot of people who have a hard time with this commandment, and they're like saying, you need to obey every single one of these. And I'm like, man, I can't do it. And so I'm not under law. I am under grace. Those laws are still good. Don't get me wrong, but we are not under that law. Everything changed when Jesus came and died on the cross and rose again on the third day. Matthew chapter 9, verse 16. Now we're moving on. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 16, okay, so just to kind of recap, just to kind of refocus since we're diving back into the book of Matthew, remember that in verse 14, Matthew chapter 9, verse 14, John's disciples come to Jesus and they ask him, hey, why are your disciples not doing what John the Baptist's disciples are doing? And so remember, Jesus is going to respond to them using 3 parables. In the first parable was the bridegroom. That was the first parable. Now, in verse 16, we are going to be talking about the next parable. So here in verse 16, Matthew chapter 9, verse 16, it says this: "No one puts a piece of unshrunk cloth on an old garment, for the patch pulls away from the garment, and the tear is made worse." All right, so here, Jesus responds to the question about fasting from verse 14 and 15. So the old garment seems to represent the old Mosaic covenant and the Pharisees' legalistic approach to religion. And the unshrunk cloth here in verse 16, this unshrunk cloth represents the new covenant. So what he's saying is that these two things are essentially incompatible. These things are incompatible. And that's good to know. These things, they don't mix. They do not mix. So then let's read verse 17. In verse 17 it says, "Nor do they put new wine into old wineskins, or else the wineskins break. The wine is spilled and the wineskins are ruined. But they put new wine into new wineskins, and both are preserved." So in verse 17, this is very interesting because there's a lot of debate on wine. There's a lot of debate on alcohol. There's a lot of debate on this kind of stuff. And, hey, is this okay? Hey, is it okay if I do this? Is this okay? What do you think about this? It's really tough to get around the idea of the wedding in Cana, which is in John 4, I think it is, in John chapter 4, but it's like the first miracle that Jesus did in the Gospel of John, which is turning water into wine. And it seems to be very clear that wine was alcoholic because, there's a very clear picture that is painted there, because they say, hey, you brought out, most people brought out the bad wine at the end because in the beginning, everybody's taste buds were very sensitive and very aware to the whether it was good or bad. And so it's, it seems to be very clear that that wine was alcoholic. Now, I think that the levels of alcohol in that wine is nowhere near the alcohol that we have in our alcoholic drinks today. I think it is so much more powerful, more stronger in our alcoholic beverages today. So here in verse 17, Matthew chapter 9, verse 17, it's very clear that this is alcoholic wine that he's talking about, because new wine, when you have new wine, what it does when you put it into wineskins is that it will expand, because during the fermentation process, the wine expands, it grows. But he's saying that he's doing something new that will not fit. So these old wineskins, if you put new wine into the old wineskins were basically stretched already to the max. They couldn't stretch anymore. They were at their size. And so if you put new wine into it, it's going to stretch the wineskins again, and it's going to pop. But if you put new wine into new wineskins, then that new wine will have the elasticity to expand and to grow with the wineskins. And so Jesus is new. He's comparing new and old here, and he's saying that basically he's not going to be able to fit in that old tradition or man-made rituals. And the Pharisees clearly didn't like this. He's switching everything up. Like this is one of the reasons why the Pharisees hated him so much, because they were looking at him and they were wanting him to fall in line with their religion, their laws, their man-made rituals, their traditions. And it's so interesting because the question on the table is today, here's a question that really gets your brain thinking is, have a good night, Eli, thanks for being here. Here's a question that gets your mind thinking is, if Jesus was here today, what church would he go to? That's a weird thing to ask, right? Like, which church would he go to? Because we all go to our own denominations, and like this denomination, oh man. And so it's just very interesting, right? Like, oh man, that's really strange. Like, which one would he go to? Mine? Like, would he be okay with the church I go to? Like, is this okay? Like the things that we're doing here? And so Jesus wasn't about to go follow somebody's little building, right? It's not about a building. It's not that. A church is not a building. A church is not four walls and a roof. A church is the body of Christ. And so, you and I, if you are a student of the Bible, that is what we're supposed to be doing. But there's a lot of people, there's a lot of people who can't get past certain things, and there's a lot of divisiveness in the world, and it's just heartbreaking. But it's really provocative to really just like run that scenario through your mind, be like, would he be okay with what's going on? Like the teaching, like how, like is the teaching actually solid, or are they just touching on little things? Like that's, very light and heart, feel good type of church, or is it very serious? Is it very change your life and get that sin out of your life and change and be and do better and live for the Lord? And what are you doing with it? And all of these things, or is it very wishy-washy, watered down, lukewarm? Like what kind of church are you going to? It's very interesting. But here, Jesus is clearly not fitting into their type of religion. Jesus is not a religion. He is a person. He is a man. You are following him. And so that is what you're supposed to be doing with it. And so, we use the word religion, but that's a very dangerous type of thing. It's not a religion. It's a relationship, which is, you've heard that a million times, but do you understand what it means? Anyways, so those are the three parables that he uses to answer the question about why do your disciples not fast? And so he's answering all of these things. Hey, thanks, man. Okay, so let me look something up real fast. Let me hold, please. Okay. All right. Okay. Matthew chapter Matthew chapter 9, verse 16. In Matthew chapter 9, verse, okay, we did verse 16, we did verse 17. Let's go to Matthew chapter 9, verse 18. Matthew chapter 9, verse 18. So now we are moving on. Matthew chapter 9, verse 18. And in Matthew chapter 9, verse 18, it says this. While he spoke these things to them. So okay, they're at Matthew's house. They're having a feast. Matthew just quit his job. He left the world behind. He's no turning back. He left it all. He's having this feast. And then these Pharisees show up and they ask him this stuff. And then as you continue on down verse 14, then the disciples of John the Baptist show up. They ask Jesus all these things. Can you imagine? Be like, bro, I'm just trying to eat my meal. Like, can't you see? Like, you're interrupting. But that's what's going on here. And so Jesus answers all those questions and using 3 parables. And then right after that, in verse 18, Matthew chapter 9, verse 18, it says, while he spoke these things to them, behold, a ruler came and worshipped him, saying, my daughter has just died, but come and lay your hand on her, and she will live. So Jesus arose and followed him, and so did his disciples. Now, here in verse 18, Matthew chapter 9, verse 18, this ruler, what we're going to find out later, is a guy named Jairus. Jairus, he's a part of the synagogue. And we don't see that here in the Matthew's account, but we will see it in Luke's account. But this man, Jairus, he really, really understood who he was speaking to. He showed up, talked to Jesus, and he had the faith and he had the understanding that Jesus had the power to save his daughter. Because he says, my daughter has just died. And then he says, like, can you imagine going up to somebody and say this? He says, but come and lay your hand on her and she will live. Do you see the unbelievable faith that is there? Again, everything in Matthew chapter 8 and everything in Matthew chapter 9, sending shockwaves throughout the entire region, just like everybody's hearing about this guy who is Jesus. Jesus is laying down his credentials so that he's not just telling people, he is showing people. So let's go to verse 20. Matthew chapter 9, verse 19. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 19, it says, so Jesus arose and followed him, and so did his disciples. Verse 20, and suddenly a woman who had a flow of blood for 12 years came from behind and touched the hem of his garment. Now, what's interesting about this here in verse 20 is that the other Gospels tell us that she spent all of her savings trying to get better. She spent all of her money. She has been sick for such a long time, but here you are just told that she had a flow of blood for 12 years. And that's what you're told. That's what Matthew tells you. But we'll read Mark's account. We'll probably look at Luke's account as well, but we'll dive into this later. But she spent all of her money trying to get better for 12 years, it tells us in verse 20, Matthew chapter 9, verse 20. Now, what's interesting about this is what we're going to talk about, the hem of his garment. Because in verse 20 it says, and suddenly a woman who had a flow of blood for 12 years came from behind and touched the hem of his garment. Now, we're going to go off on this rabbit trail here, and we're going to be talking about garments here, because this is important to really understand. Let's go to Ruth chapter 3. Ruth chapter 3. Ruth chapter 3, verse 9. And if you guys are new here, if you guys are interested, I upload all of these studies up to YouTube. There is a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you guys wanted to go check it out, we've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah. They are all verse by verse comment, like kind of like what you're watching right now. And they're uploaded to YouTube. So there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go check that out, that is there for you. But let's go to Ruth chapter 3, verse 9. And let's talk about these garments, like what's going on, because they're mentioned all throughout the scripture. In Ruth chapter 3, verse 9, it says this. Ruth chapter 3, verse 9 says, in the story of Ruth, So Boaz, just to give you the context here, Boaz goes out into and he goes and sleeps out into his field, and Naomi tells Ruth what to do. So Naomi tells Ruth to go out and find him, and when Boaz lays down for the night, Ruth was supposed to go find Boaz and then take his garment and put his garment over her. That is what she was doing here. Now, this is not anything, this is not anything scandalous going on here. Don't get me wrong. She's doing this because of what it represented to these people. The garment is going to be the focus. So here in Ruth chapter 3 verse 9, in Ruth chapter 3, let's read Ruth chapter 3 verse 7. In Ruth chapter 3 verse 7, it says this: "And after Boaz had eaten and drunk and his heart was cheerful, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain, and she came softly, uncovered his feet, and lay down." Interesting. We're told that she uncovered his feet. Verse 8, it says, "Now it happened at midnight that the man was startled and turned himself, and there a woman was lying at his feet. And he said, 'Who are you?' So she answered, 'I am Ruth, your maidservant. Take your maidservant under your wing, for you are a close relative.'" I love this so much. If you guys know the story of Ruth, and then you're probably just like chuckling because this is so stinking cool. Just a spoiler alert, Boaz is a picture of Christ. If you know this story, you know what this means. Boaz is Jesus in this story. Boaz is Jesus. Ruth is you and I. Ruth is a Gentile. Ruth is a Gentile bride. Then Naomi represents Israel. So you have Boaz, Jesus, you have Ruth, Gentile bride, and you have Naomi, which represents Israel. So what you see here is you see Ruth, the Gentile bride or the church, going to Jesus and laying at his feet. It's just so cool. But here in Ruth chapter 3, verse 9, it says, "And he said," and Boaz said, "Who are you?" So she answered, "I am Ruth, your maidservant. Take your maidservant under your wing." Now, the word wing here is what we want to talk about here, because this is what is very important to understand. The word wing in Hebrew has the idea of a skirt or a garment. These people, what they wore back then, it was more like their garment. And we're going to talk about these garments or this skirt. But to understand what's going on with garments, we're talking about the hem of the garment, But to cut off the hem was to strip one of one's authority, in a sense. If you look at if you look at somebody that's in the military today, if you look at their shoulder or right here on their collar, that's where you can see what rank they are, and you can be like, oh, you're a sergeant, or you're a corporal, or you're a lieutenant or captain or whatever. You can tell by looking on a certain place on their garment, on their clothing. So their authority was on their hem. And so what a husband could do back during this time is a husband could divorce his wife by cutting the hem of her robe. And the hem of her robe is what had his authority on it. And so also back during this time, they could also take the hem of their garment and press it into like a clay type of material, because then it would have the patterns inside the clay, and so then they would take that clay, which would harden over time, and they would use that as a seal of sorts and a representation, and be like, I have the authority right here. Here is his garment. Here is his pattern of his garment, and he told me to come to you, and this is proof that he told me to tell me to come to you. So that's the idea here. But let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 24. Go to 1 Samuel chapter 24. Oh, I turned right to it. Let's go. 1 Samuel chapter 24. We're going to talk a little bit more about garments. In 1 Samuel chapter 24, we've done all this in case you guys were wondering throughout our study of the book of Ruth. So this is really just review. But in 1 Samuel chapter 24, it says this in verse 1. Now it happened when Saul had returned from following the Philistines that it was told him, saying, Take note, David is in the wilderness of En-Gedi. Then Saul took 3,000 chosen men from all Israel and went to seek David and his men on the rocks of the wild goats. So he came to the sheepfolds by the roads where there was a cave, and Saul went in to attend to his needs. David and his men were staying in the recess of the cave. Then the men of David said to him, "This is the day of which the Lord said to you, Behold, I will deliver your enemy into your hand, that you may do to him as it seems good to you." And David arose and secretly cut off a corner of Saul's robe. Now it happened afterward that David's heart troubled him because he had cut Saul's robe. And he said to his men, "The Lord forbid that I should do this thing to my master, the Lord's anointed, to stretch out my hand against him, seeing he is the anointed of the Lord." So David restrained his servants with these words and did not allow them to rise against Saul. And Saul got up from the cave and went on his way. David also arose afterward, went out of the cave, and called out to Saul, saying, "My lord, the king!" And when Saul looked behind him, David stooped with his face to the earth and bowed down. And David said to Saul, "Why do you listen to the words of men who say, 'Indeed, David seeks your harm'? Look, this day your eyes have seen that the Lord delivered you today into my hand in the cave, and someone urged me to kill you. But my eye spared you, and I said, I will not stretch out my hand against the Lord, my Lord, for he is the Lord's anointed. Moreover, my father, see the corner of your robe in my hand. For in that I cut off the corner of your robe and did not kill you. No, and see that there is neither evil nor rebellion in my hand, and I have not sinned against you. Yet you hunt my life to take it." And you see this whole picture here where the robe, he literally snuck up and cut a piece of his robe. Why? It's because that is where his authority laid. And that's important to understand. And so that is in 1 Samuel chapter 24. But let's go to Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 8. Go to Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 8. Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 8. Hey, thank you, Karina. In Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 8, this is God talking to Israel. In Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 8, it says this, "When I passed by you again and looked upon you, indeed your time was the time of love, so I spread my wing over you and covered your nakedness. Yes, I swore an oath to you and entered into a covenant with you, and you became mine, says the Lord God." Now this is interesting because what God is saying to Israel here is he is literally telling them what he did. God is saying that Israel is under his protection. The wing here is the same word that is used all the way back in Ruth chapter 3. It's a garment. It is a skirt. It's a weird visual for you and I to actually imagine this, right? Because we don't have this type of clothing that they wore back then. But for the Jew, this would make complete sense. They understand what this means. It's a weird visual to us, but it's not to them. So let's go to Matthew chapter 14, verse 36. Matthew chapter 14, verse 36. In Matthew chapter 14, verse 36. In Matthew chapter 14, verse 36, it says this. Matthew chapter 14, verse 36, it says, "And begged him that they might only touch the hem of his garment. And as many as touched it were made perfectly well." That is very interesting. So that's just a little talk on just the importance of garments, how it really goes in all throughout Scripture. But the hem, the authority was in the garment, this hem. So let's go back to Matthew chapter 9. Matthew chapter 9. Have a good night, Monica. Thanks for being here. Matthew chapter 9, verse 20. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 20, it says, "And suddenly a woman who had a flow of blood for 12 years came from behind him and touched the hem of his garment." Now, what's interesting about this woman is something that we can really we can learn a lot from what we are told here. What we are told here is that this woman had a flow of blood. Now, what we can infer is that this woman was most likely a Gentile. The reason why we can say that this is a Gentile, or most likely, definitively a Gentile, is because a Jewish woman would remember Leviticus, what it says in Leviticus. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 15. Leviticus chapter 15. Good night, Monica. Leviticus chapter 15. In Leviticus chapter 15, verse 19, in Leviticus chapter 15, verse 19, it tells us specific laws that are in the Torah. In Leviticus chapter 15, verse 19, this is directed towards women. In Leviticus chapter 15, verse 19, it says this: if a woman has a discharge, and the discharge from her body is blood, she shall be set apart 7 days, and whoever touches her shall be unclean until evening. Everything that she lies on during her impurity shall be unclean. Also, everything that she sits on shall be unclean. For whoever touches her bed shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. And whoever touches anything that she sat on shall wash his clothes and bathe in water and be unclean until evening. So the whole idea here about this, what you're seeing about Matthew chapter 9, verse 20, is that this woman had a flow of blood, right? That's very, very descriptive, right? And so this woman is in the crowd, and she is literally moving all throughout people, and she is just like pushing people aside, and she spent all of her money, and she's just trying to get close enough to touch Jesus. Now, a Jewish woman would not be doing this. So that is why it seems to be very clearly that this is a Gentile woman. And that's going to be very important to understand because of what we're going to talk about here very soon, which is just going to blow your mind when you actually see the picture, because I think it's really neat. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's go back to Matthew chapter 9. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 21. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 21, it says this: for she said to herself, if only I may touch his garment, I shall be made well. But Jesus turned around, and when he saw her, he said, be of good cheer, daughter. Your faith has made you well. And the woman was made well from that hour. It's interesting that he tells her it wasn't that she touched him. It wasn't that she touched him. Because he tells us what made her well. She tells us that her faith, it was her faith. Because there was a lot of people who were touching him, which we're going to read about that here in a little bit. But it was her faith that made her well. Let's go to Mark chapter 5. Mark chapter 5, and let's read Mark's account. In Mark chapter 5, verse 21, in Mark chapter 5, verse 21, as per usual, Mark is going to give us a lot more description on this topic. In Mark chapter 5, verse 21, Mark chapter 5, verse 21, it says this: now when Jesus had crossed over again by the boat to the other side, a great multitude gathered to him, and he was by the sea. And behold, one of the rulers of the synagogue came, Jairus by name, and when he saw him, he fell at his feet. Okay, so this is how we know that it's Jairus, the guy who is the father of his daughter was dead. And we're told that he's a ruler of the synagogue. So we know that Jairus is a Jew, and we can infer that the woman who was walking through the crowd was a Gentile because of everything that we looked up. So in Mark chapter 5, verse 22 or verse 23, it says, and begged him earnestly, Jairus begged him earnestly, saying, my little daughter lies at the point of death. Come and lay your hands on her that she may be healed, and she will live. So Jesus went with him, and a great multitude followed him and thronged him. So you get the picture, right? They're all on the way to go save this little girl. Now, here, Mark gives you the idea that she is still alive at this time. Matthew gives the idea that she's already dead. So there's this little distinction going on here. And it's interesting because we're going to find out from Mark's account that by the time they get to the house that she was already dead. Right? So one way or the other, we know that she was dead. But they're on the way to the little girl, and it says in verse 24, Mark chapter 5, verse 24, it's in Mark chapter 5, verse 24, it says this: so Jesus went with him, and a great multitude followed him and thronged him. Now a certain woman had a flow of blood for 12 years. Again, we're told very specifically that this was for 12 years. Now pay attention to that. But it said, in verse 26, it says, and had suffered many things from many physicians. She had spent all that she had and was no better, but rather grew worse. It's interesting that we are told that from Mark's account, Because Matthew did not tell us that she spent everything that she had, right? But Mark tells us that she did. She spent everything. She was working so hard to be healed somehow, and it just wasn't working. But I want you to put yourself in the shoes of Jairus. I want you to imagine that you are Jairus now. Imagine how he felt if you are Jairus during this time. Because his request was very emergent. His daughter was at the point of death. They are on their way, and then all of a sudden, when they're en route, a woman stops. And now Jesus is interacting with this woman. Can you imagine being that father where you're like, Jesus, we don't have time for this. We don't have time for this. But it's interesting because Jesus was in no hurry. Just like when he was on the boat and he was sleeping in the storm, they had to wake him up. He's not worried. He's not walking quickly to get there and be like, time is of the essence, right? He is holding it all together. And everything, he is literally holding it all together. He's holding he knows about the little girl. He knows about the woman with the flow of blood, and he's holding it all together. And everything that I'm going through and everything that you're going through, he is holding together. Go to Hebrews chapter 1. In Hebrews chapter 1, verse 1. In Hebrews chapter 1, verse 1 through 3. In Hebrews chapter 1 through 3, speaking of Jesus holding it all together, in Hebrews chapter 1, verse 1, it says this: God, who at various times and in various ways spoke in times past to the fathers by the prophets, has in these last days spoken to us by his Son, whom he has appointed heir of all things, through whom also he made the world, who being the brightness of his glory, in the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down at the right hand of the majesty on high. He's upholding all things. That is unbelievable. This is not even a thing to Jesus. He's just like, this is what's supernatural to us is just natural to him. It's unbelievable, but he's holding it all together. Mark chapter 5. Let's go back to Mark chapter 5. In Mark chapter 5, verse 27. In Mark chapter 5, verse 27, it says this: when she heard about Jesus, she came behind him in the crowd and touched his garment. Now here, Mark doesn't tell us that she touches the hem of his garment, but Matthew does tell us that she touched the hem of his garment. So it's interesting. You're getting the same picture just from different perspectives. But here, Mark tells us that she just touched his garment. Verse 28, Mark chapter 5, verse 28, it says, for she said, if only I may touch his clothes, I shall be made well. Immediately, the fountain of her blood was dried up, and she felt in her body that she was healed of the affliction. And Jesus, immediately knowing in himself that power had gone out of him, turned around in the crowd and said, who touched my clothes? But his disciples said to him, you see the multitude thronging you, and you say, who touched me? And he looked around to see her who had done this thing. But the woman, fearing and trembling, knowing what had happened to her, came and fell down before him and told him the whole truth. And he said to her, daughter, your faith has made you well. Go in peace and be healed of your affliction. So that's very interesting. Now, let's go back to Matthew. And let's pick up Matthew. We're going to go back to that Mark account and we're going to finish. But let's go back to Matthew 9. And we will go back and we will pick all that up. Matthew chapter 9. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 23. We're going back to Matthew's account. Matthew chapter 9. We're going to be bouncing back and forth from Matthew and Mark. But Matthew chapter 9, verse 23, where they're still en route to Jairus' daughter. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 23, it says this: when Jesus came into the ruler's house, Jairus, we know it's Jairus because of Mark's account. When Jesus came into Jairus' house and saw the flute players and the noisy crowd wailing, he said to them, make room, for the girl is not dead, but sleeping. And they ridiculed him. It's so interesting how many times that people who are born again are referred to as sleeping. I think that is so important to pay attention to. There are two types of people in the world. There are people who are born again, and there are people who are lost. If you are born again, when you die, you are going to be referred to as sleeping. If you are lost, if you do not know Jesus as your personal Savior, when you die, you are referred to as dead. And that's very interesting. That's from a spiritual point of view. That's from God's point of view. You are sleeping or you are dead. There's two categories here, but here he says, make room, for the girl is not dead, but sleeping. You see the two categories, not dead, but sleeping. And they ridiculed him. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that she was actually dead here. Everybody there actually knows that she was dead. Everybody knows. That's why they made fun of Jesus. They were like, whatever, Jesus, she is actually dead. Verse 25. It says in verse 25, but when the crowd was put outside, he went in and took her by the hand, and the girl arose. And the report of this went out into all the land. Now that is really cool. But now we're going to make some connections here, which I am just so excited to tell you guys, and I hope you guys really enjoy this. Let's go back to Mark chapter 5 verse 35, and we're going to pick up Mark chapter 5 verse 35. We're going to pick up and we're going to finally get to the part where I thought you guys would really enjoy this. Mark chapter 5 verse 35. Mark chapter 5 verse 35. We're going to pick up where we stopped reading. So that woman that had that affliction for 12 years, she was just healed. So let's go in Mark chapter 5, verse 35. In Mark chapter 5, verse 35, it says this, while he was still speaking, some came from the ruler of the synagogue's house who said, your daughter is dead. Why trouble the teacher any further? As soon as Jesus heard the word that was spoken, he said to the ruler of the synagogue, which is Jairus, he says to him, do not be afraid, only believe. And he permitted no one to follow him except Peter, James, and John, the brother of James. Now, if you guys have been here for the other studies, specifically the Gospel of John, when we went through John, you'll remember that there's the disciples of Jesus. There's 70 disciples. There's 70 that are specifically mentioned, 70. So you have this huge circle of 70. And then when you zoom in a little bit, you have a closer circle, which is the 12 disciples of Jesus. And then when you zoom in a little bit further, you get to the inner circle, which is Peter, James, and John. Peter, James, and John were allowed to be present during specific situations. And this is one of them. The Mount of Transfiguration is another one. But there are only certain things that only Peter, James, and John were privy to. Here is one of those times. In Mark chapter 5, verse 37, it says, and he, Jesus, permitted no one to follow him except Peter, James, and John. Verse 38, then he came to the house of the ruler of the synagogue and saw a tumult and those who wept and wailed loudly. When he came in, he said to them, why make this commotion and weep? The child is not dead, but sleeping. And they ridiculed him. But when he had put them all outside, he took the father and the mother of the child and those who were with him and entered where the child was lying. Then he took the child by the hand and said to her, Talitha Cumi, which is translated, little girl, I say to you, arise. Immediately, the girl arose and walked, for she was 12 years of age, and they were overcome with great amazement. So, this is so stinking cool. What we're about to talk about here is going to be, I'm about to chart real quick. It'll take me about 2 minutes. Oh, gosh. Okay, Wendy. What we're going to talk about here is going to be so cool. So in verse 42, it says, immediately the girl arose and walked, for she was 12 years of age. So what you're seeing here in the 12, like here Mark is specifically giving you information that Matthew doesn't give you, and he's giving you information that Luke doesn't give you. And so, yeah, absolutely, Lisa, there are parallels here. So you have the woman who you understand that she had that affliction for 12 years. Now here you see this little girl who she is 12 years of age. Why are we told her age? I said, like, it's important to pay attention to this because sometimes in the Bible they tell the Holy Spirit gives you information that is needed that you need to know. And here he felt like we needed to know the age of the girl. And so the question is why? That's like the question, like why? Like sometimes they tell you what people are wearing. Sometimes they tell you what day it is. Sometimes they tell you what time of day it is. Sometimes they tell you what feast it was. Sometimes they say this. Sometimes they say this. Sometimes this. And why do they do that? Why does he do that? Why does the Holy Spirit do this? But here in verse 42, we're told that she is 12 years old. Now, this is very, very pattern-esque. Now, if you look at it from a Jewish perspective, if you look at prophecy, you understand that Jewish people, if I asked you what prophecy is, you would say that there is a prediction, and then sometime in the future there is a fulfillment, right? But from a Jewish point of view, a prophecy is patterns. There's patterns, pattern. And so that's why it's so interesting how Jewish people think. They pay attention to these types of things, whereas you and I wouldn't even really think about it. But to them, that is what really stands out to it. So let's talk about this. So here in verse 42, here's the picture that I think is so neat. Here in verse 42, you have this Jewish daughter. Now, why are we saying this is really important? Okay, why are we saying that this is a Jewish daughter? Because go to Mark chapter 5, verse 22. In Mark chapter 5, verse 22, we're told that Jairus is the guy. And we're told that he was a ruler of the synagogue. So this dude is a Jewish person. He is a Jew. So if he is a Jew, his daughter is a Jew. Okay, so that's important to understand. So we can conclude that this 12-year-old girl is a Jewish person. Okay, so you have a Jewish daughter that died. But the question is, who is it that Jesus called on to raise? In the big picture, who is it that Jesus called on to raise in the big picture? Let's go to Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9 real fast. Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9. Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9. In Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9, it says this. Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion." So you have Israel, which is being in Jerusalem encapsulated here, being referred to as a daughter. Now, if you read, the daughter of Zion, what we just read there in Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9, if you read Lamentations, the daughter of Zion is a title that is used of Israel around 18 times. It's used around 18 times. The daughter of Zion, the daughter of Zion, the daughter of Zion, arise. But get this. Here's the picture. Now that we've established that the lady that had the flow of blood was a Gentile, because there's no way a Jewish woman would be going through the crowd, because that would have been breaking all the laws ever. So since we established that she was a Gentile, and now that we've established that this girl is a Jew, here's the picture. So while Jesus was en route to raise the daughter of Zion, a Gentile woman is healed by faith. While Jesus was en route to raise the daughter of Zion, a Gentile woman is healed by faith. That's a picture. That is a model of sorts, and I think that's so neat because it's kind of like what's going on in the story of Ruth. Boaz is Christ, is representing Christ. Ruth represents the Gentile bride. Naomi represents Israel. Here, Jesus is Jesus. He is on his way to Israel, and on the way to arise, make that daughter arise, he heals a Gentile bride on the way to her. And so that's the picture. This Gentile woman that had the flow of blood was healed while he was on his way to the Jewish daughter. And I think that is so neat. Jesus was rejected by Israel. And because Israel rejected Jesus, a door was opened for the Gentiles, and you and I have been grafted in. And I think that that is so cool. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but that picture right there, I absolutely love it. I think it's so neat. Hopefully that's cool to you guys. But let's go to, I have to disagree because the woman with the issue of blood was desperate and her faith healed her. Well, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but she was healed nonetheless. She was healed by faith. Did I not say that? She was healed by faith. So while Jesus was on the way to the Jewish daughter, he healed. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, yes, I did. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah, no, that's what I thought I said. But anyways, Matthew chapter 9, very, very cool picture. I absolutely love it. I think it's so neat. You have the Gentile who was healed by faith while Jesus was en route to heal the Jewish daughter. And I think it's so interesting because we're given those details. Like, there's so many layers to this kind of stuff, and I think it's really, really fascinating. Anyways, going back to Matthew chapter 9, because that's when I said goosebumps. Matthew chapter 9. Let's go back to Matthew chapter 9 now. And Matthew chapter 9, verse 27. Matthew chapter 9, verse 27. Matthew chapter 9, verse 27, it says, when Jesus departed from there, 2 blind men followed him, crying out and saying, Son of David, have mercy on us. And when he had come into the house, the blind men came to him, and Jesus said to them, do you believe that I am able to do this? They said to him, yes, Lord. I mean, this is literally the definition of blind faith. Like, these guys, I mean, completely blind. And they believed. And it's just so, I mean, don't really need to talk too much on that one. But one thing that I think is really kind of cool to kind of remember is the way Jesus operates. It's different. It's not a one way. He's not a one-trick pony. For example, the lady came up and touched the hem of his garment, and then she was healed. Another time, he goes up and touches them, and then they are healed. Here, he touched their eyes, and then they are healed. Another time, he tells the centurion to go, and then he doesn't even go to his house, and his servant is healed. He doesn't do it. It's a different way time and time again. There's no rhyme or reason for how he's doing it. It doesn't matter. He's working in all kinds of different ways. And that is what is so cool about it. I'm just like, it doesn't matter what you throw at him. It does not matter. He can do anything. It's just like, there's no rhyme or reason. But here it says, then he touched their eyes, saying, according to your faith, let it be to you. And their eyes were opened. And Jesus sternly warned them, saying, see that no one knows it. But when they had departed, they spread the news about him in all that country. They had one job. They're like, Jesus told them, it's like, you have to wonder, right? Like, Jesus told them not to do it. That's not good that they didn't listen, right? But I mean, can you blame them? Like, if you could see, I mean, would you want to be like, you know what, I'm not going to tell anybody, and I'm just going to pretend to be blind the entire time and just be like looking at people and be like, like, I just think that's really interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's get back to Matthew chapter 9, verse 32, because now we're going to get into this very interesting situation. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 32, it says, as they went out, behold, they brought to him a man, mute and demon-possessed. So now you get this very, very wild situation here, because Jesus already cast out demons from the other demon-possessed men, right? The other 2 guys with the swine, where they got he cast them out and they possessed the swine drowned in the sea. So he's already done this. But what's interesting here about this situation is that we are told very specifically that this person was mute, which means that this man could not, he couldn't speak. This person couldn't speak. And so why is that important to understand? This is important to understand because the rabbis back then, they actually did cast out demons from time to time. But in order to do so, what they had to do first is they had to find out the name. They had to find out what the demon's name was. And what's interesting about this is that we get a picture of Jesus actually doing this. And go to Mark chapter 5, verse 9. Because in Mark chapter 5, Jesus actually does this exact same thing. In Mark chapter 5, verse 9, in Mark chapter 5, verse 9, Jesus says this. In Mark chapter 5, verse 9, Jesus says, "Then he asked him, 'What is your name?' And he answered, saying, 'My name is Legion, for we are many.'" So this was a very normal rabbinic way of casting demons out. So this demon, in order for rabbis to cast demons out, they had to first identify the person, or identify the demon. And so what's interesting about this situation is that this demon-possessed man was not able to speak. And so now, the way that the rabbis operated if they ever had to deal with somebody who couldn't speak, they would just leave them alone. They wouldn't deal with it. They couldn't cast the demon out because they couldn't identify the demon's name. And that was how they operated. So that is what makes this so much more significant than the other demon-possessed, where Jesus cast out the demons from the other demon-possessed men. This one was different, and everybody understood this. So that is why it says in verse 32, it says, "And as they went out, behold, they brought to him a man mute and demon-possessed." Verse 33, it says, "And when the demon was cast out, the mute spoke, and the multitude marveled, saying, 'It was never seen like this in Israel.'" Do you see how they just completely were completely mind blown about this entire thing? Because all the other rabbis, they just completely let that one go. They're like, you know what? Nobody can do that one, but Jesus did. And so he's going against all of their rules. He's breaking all their rules, which I think is super neat. He's like, I'm not here to follow you guys. You guys are here you guys are here to follow me. Verse 34, Matthew chapter 9, verse 34, it says, "But the Pharisees said, 'He cast out demons by the ruler of the demons.'" Now, this is where things are going to get hairy, because what they just said right here is really going to come into play when we get to chapter 13. So we'll come back to this. But what you see here in verse 34 is these Pharisees, they don't deny what he did. They just claim that what he did was by Satan's power. Now, I mean, that's crazy, right? Like that's wild. They're seeing Jesus. They're following him around. They're observing everything he's doing. They're literally following him like little puppies. Now, it's interesting to note that Jesus is not following the Pharisees around. Like, the Pharisees were the top dogs, right? And so if anybody should follow anybody around, you should follow the Pharisees around. But the Pharisees are following Jesus around. Why? Because they're feeling threatened by him. They want to be like, who is this guy? And ultimately, they do end up riling up the crowd, and like we know, he will be crucified. But it says here in verse 35, it says, "Then Jesus went about all the cities and villages, teaching in their synagogues, preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every sickness and every disease among the people." He's healing everybody. Luke 4, verse 18. We were here not too long ago when we were going through the book of Isaiah, but go to Luke chapter 4, verse 18. Now, this is amazing, because if you were here for our study of Isaiah, in Isaiah chapter 61, this whole picture right here is really so I had so much fun going through Isaiah 61 and then covering Isaiah 63. Like, I could talk about it right now, but I'm not going to. Luke chapter 4, verse 18. In Luke chapter 4, verse 18, Jesus goes into the synagogue. He gets the scroll. He gets the book of Isaiah, and he opens it up. He stands up and he opens it, and he reads from Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1. And that's what Luke chapter 4, verse 18. So we're reading in Luke chapter 4, verse 18. That's the backstory. So in Luke chapter 4, verse 18, Jesus says this, and he's reading from Isaiah. He says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set at liberty those who are oppressed, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord." I just want to, I mean, if you know, you know, but like, I just want to keep telling you guys about this entire situation, what he just did here. And I'm not going to do it because that'll throw us off track. But what you just, if you go back to Matthew chapter 9, verse 35, in Matthew chapter 9, verse 35, if you read that again, and then you remember Luke chapter 4, you'll see it. Because in Matthew chapter 9, verse 35, it tells you that Jesus literally went teaching in their synagogues. He was literally preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and he was healing every sickness and every disease of the people, which was fulfilling Isaiah 61, leading up to that. Like, I mean, it's just, he was doing what he was doing. He's literally on a divine schedule. He has a divine itinerary, and he was doing every single thing. And it's unbelievable. These three accounts of Matthew, Mark, and Luke are giving you the play-by-play just from different aerial perspectives from their point of view, and they're giving you the information that you need to know, and it's unbelievable. It is so neat. So let's keep reading. We're almost done. Matthew chapter 9. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 36, in Matthew chapter 9, hey, thank you, Karina. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 36, it says, "But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion for them, because they were weary and scattered, like sheep having no shepherd." Now, it's very interesting to see Jesus. He is moved with compassion. And I want you to be mindful of the people who were in that multitude. He was in the people who were in the multitudes. You have the Pharisees who were looking to trip him up, who were looking to entrap him. You have those Pharisees who were accusing him of casting out demons by using demons. You have those types of people in that crowd. And here, it says in verse 36, it says, "But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion for them," meaning all of them, which is so interesting. For God so loved the world. It's not just, he didn't just love a couple of people. He didn't just love America. He didn't just love Russia. He didn't just love China. He loved, for God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but everlasting life. Matthew chapter 9, verse 37, it says, "Then he said to his disciples, the harvest truly is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Therefore, pray the Lord of the harvest to send out laborers into his harvest." You know, that is a really, really, that just kind of hits deep in a sense. We talked about this the past couple times we went live here about how to view the world. You guys are in your neck of the woods, right? Like, you guys know people that I will never meet. I know people that you will never meet. So we are in the field, just in different areas of the field. Like, if you're all the way over there and I was like, "What's up, guys? Hello. You guys doing good over there? I'm working over here. Things going good over there. Cool. Keep going. I'm going to keep working over here." And so you see all kinds of workers. You're seeing all kinds of laborers in the field. I can't work over where you're working. That's your job. I'm working where I'm working. And so here it's really interesting because he says, the harvest truly is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Now, how sad of a visual is that? You see an open field and you see laborers just kind of scattered all throughout it. You see some of those laborers aren't even working. You see some of those laborers are working really hard. You see some laborers who just work a little bit and then they stop. And then they work a little bit and they stop. And so which one are you? Which one are you? If you're born again, you're in that field. The question is, what are you doing with it? Are you working? Are you a laborer? And so in verse 38, it says, "Therefore, pray the Lord of the Lord of the harvest to send out laborers into his harvest." Man, what's interesting, the laborers, you and I, we can't change the soil that is in the field. We can't do that. That's God's role. That's his thing. But what we are to do is to work diligently in whatever field we are in. And when whatever field we are in, we are supposed to sow. We are supposed to water. We're supposed to reap. But also, here in verse 38, we're supposed to pray. It says, therefore, pray the Lord of harvest to send out laborers into his harvest. So that is chapter 9, but just to kind of go full circle in chapter 8 and chapter 9, chapter 5, 6, and 7 is the Sermon on the Mount. Chapter 8 and chapter 9, Jesus, what he does is he shows us and he's showing everybody his credentials. He's showing everybody his credentials by showing that he has power over leprosy. He has power over paralytics. He has power over fever with Peter's mother-in-law. He healed her. He has power over the nature, the water, and the seas and the winds. He has power over Satan by casting out these demons. He has power over sin by saying, your sins are forgiven you. He has power over death by telling that little girl to arise. He has power over blindness because he made the blind to see. And he has power over the demons that can't even speak. What can't he do? But what Jesus is doing here is he is preparing his disciples to continue on following his example. And these people, they're taking notes. They are writing it down. They're making notes. They're watching, and then they are going to mirror that. And then that is what the book of Acts is going to be all about, because that is when he sends them forth. He tells them to go to Judea, to Jerusalem, to Samaria, and then to the ends of the earth. And that is what they did. This is the picture. This is the foundation. He is building them up. And so he is on a mission. He's building them up. He's encouraging them, all while he knows what is approaching, which is the cross, which is crazy, because he's looking out of the crowd and he has compassion. He has compassion, all while knowing the looming shadow of the cross, which is yet future from this point here in Matthew chapter 9. So that is what I got for you guys. That is Matthew chapter 9. It is taking a very long time to get through these. I really didn't think it would take this long, but each one of these chapters just has so much into it, so it's really challenging. So at this rate, we'll be done with Matthew in like a year because of how crazy. So anyways, all of these, in case you guys are interested, these are all uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you're looking for a serious Bible study that goes deep into the Word and just, we go verse by verse, we go chapter by chapter, we go book by book. We literally, we read every single word. By the time we're done with the study, every single word in this book will have been read, which I think is really cool. So all of these are going to be uploaded to YouTube. If somebody wanted to type "it's sheesh" or something with a lowercase I, that'd be awesome, because then I could just pin that, and then you guys can just type that into YouTube if you're interested. If you guys wanted to go subscribe over there, that would encourage me, especially since they're going after the Telegram CEO. They're going after Twitter over in the other countries, like, what is it, Brazil or Venezuela. But, you know, it's interesting because who knows what they're going to do with TikTok. You know, they're threatening to ban it, all these types of things. Who knows? But all of these studies will be uploaded to YouTube if you are interested for that. So if I get kicked off of here, I don't have any other social media. Hey, thank you, Amy. I don't have any other social media, so this is the only thing I got. This and YouTube. So that is there. Oh wow, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, that's a good study. Really, really cool stuff. It's sheesh. Oh, thank you, Mark. Yes. If you guys wanted to type that in, ITZ_it's sheesh. If you just type that in YouTube, then you will find me. You'll see my silly little face. It's the same profile picture that's right up here. The little blue, the blue in the background, and my silly face. But yeah, that's what I got for you guys. That was fun. Really cool, huh? I don't know. Hopefully you guys, I was kind of tickled about that whole picture of while Jesus was en route to that Jewish girl, that he healed a Gentile woman, which is so, I mean, there's just, I think it's cool. Very synonymous with the picture that you see in Ruth. Oh no, I like TikTok. I know, right? Love that, right, Henry? That is so cool. Absolutely, Dina. This was fun tonight. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Akora. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Sheesh. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is truly my pleasure. Ryan, my disagreement with the woman, I believe she's Jewish. I've never heard her to be said to be a Gentile. Are you talking about the woman with the flow of blood? Is that what you're talking about, Grandma? Yeah. I see it being. Is there a reason? Well, maybe let me. I guess. Do you have? What's your reasoning for thinking that she is Jewish? Um, you could be right. You could be right. I'm not saying that I am right. I'm just saying that it seems to imply, just based upon what we read in Leviticus, that a Jewish woman would not be pushing through the crowd, getting every single person in that crowd unclean because of the law. And I could be wrong, but yeah. What are your thoughts for why she is? There is not enough characters in the chat to speak it. Okay. Well, if you want to message me, you can. I'm just, again, you know what? That's a great thing. I again, with what Grandma's saying here, she is again, what I've told you guys before in the past. It's not the end all be all. Everything I say is, there's a lot of things that I probably have said that have been incorrect. I'm telling you guys my opinion on things, and as per usual, what I tell you guys is to be like the Bereans, which is to test all things. As per usual, never listen to me. That is the challenge. Paul tells us in Thessalonians to test all things and to hold fast to what is good. And that is what I would encourage you to do with me and to every single person that you ever listen to. That's the challenge. And that's a tough challenge. Acts chapter 17, verse 11 says, These were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica, in that they received the word with all readiness, and they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. So that is the challenge on the table for you, and that's the challenge on the table for me as well, as I'm doing on a deep adventure on this as well. So it's not all right nor wrong situation here. Yeah, absolutely. That's very cool. I'm pumped that you're just diving in, Rhonda. That is super awesome. Yeah, absolutely, Dylan. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. To the Jew first, then the Gentile, perhaps. Very, very. It's sheesh, Holly. Yeah, absolutely. Um, that was his mission field. Lisa, Telegram doing some immorality. Yeah, well, freedom of speech, and I think there's a lot more to it than what they're actually telling us. I, I think it's important to, whenever we see a headline in the news, I think we really need to stop and think before we just read and just run with it, because there's so much deception going on. I mean, you got to believe half of what you see. Wow. Awesome, Wendy. I'm glad you enjoyed it. How's your night going are you doing hospice still? It's nice to see you take a breath. Yeah. Hello, Miracle. What can wash away my sin? Nothing but the blood of Jesus. Yeah, I actually wanted to look that up. That was actually one of the things. I didn't want to spend too much time on it. Was it in Leviticus or was it in Exodus? I would kind of want to say maybe it was in Leviticus. I can't look it up without my phone. I'd be able to find it no time at all. Anyways, yeah, very cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. It's funny, I know what side of the page it's on, but I'm not going to look too hard for it. Leviticus 17:10. Leviticus 17:10. Let's look. Yeah. That's not, is that mentioned somewhere else? Is that mentioned in Exodus? I feel like I remember it being up here, but it's down here. I feel like it's up here on my Bible. But yeah, for the life of the flesh is in the blood. That's the one. That's the one I was looking for. But I feel like it was up here. For it is the life of all flesh. Its blood sustains its life. Okay, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it was Leviticus chapter 17, verse 14. But yeah, that's probably it, Henry. Not a big deal. I was way off. It's going great. I'm actually glad I came back tonight. I'm back at home. I got injured. No. Hey, thanks, Talix. I appreciate that. You did answer a lot of questions and backed up with scripture. What various? I appreciate that. How do you all type so fast? Leviticus 17:11. I'll have to try to remember that for next time. I write a lot of things down, and so sometimes I think that I remember. I know I'm new here in your chat, so I don't want anybody thinking I'm being divisive or argumentative. No, Grandma, nobody thinks that. And if anybody thinks that, she is not being divisive. She is just, I appreciate it. Sometimes I was talking to, you guys know Paul, TikTok Theologic. I was talking to him on the phone today for about an hour, and he said something, and I told him, I was like, hey man, I'm going to push back a little bit. And so I appreciate that. Like, I think that's important. Like, I think that's important. And I was like, and he knows that I'm not pushing back in like a negative kind of way. I'm just like saying, I kind of see it this way. And then that sparked a whole different kind of conversation, because that's how you grow, right? Hey, thank you, Victoria. Thank you so much. I think that's how you really dive into it. And so honestly, when somebody says, I disagree or I see it differently, then that really gets the juices flowing, right? Because you're like, well, can you tell me why you see it? Because then I would like to see, because I want to know. Like, I'm never going to take it, like, depending on how you approach it. And I know you, Rhonda, I know you're not coming at me like that. So depending on how you approach the situation, there's some people who come off and they're like, I am right and you are wrong. And that's clearly not the way to do it. And I know that's not how you're doing it, but I think it's important to kind of really push back a little bit if there's a reason for it. So I am here for it. All over BLB app you mentioned these days. Let's go, Henry. I'm telling you. Where do you go to church? My dad is a pastor, so I go to his church. I am a pastor's kid. Been one for 36 years. Yeah, absolutely, Rhonda. No problem. Yes, family asked me to come back, and I'm reluctantly agreed, and I'm happy with it. So far, so good. Awesome. Please explain about Jesus in the Old Testament. What do you mean? Diane, what do you mean? Please explain about Jesus in the Old Testament. He's all over the place. Yeah, absolutely, Julie, absolutely. Thanks for being here for the entire time. I mean, this one wasn't as long as the others, probably because the recap was a little bit shorter. So this one's only 4 hours, which was fine. Last time it was 5 hours. So now we're just here talking. Hey, thank you, Victoria. Thank you so much. If anybody has any questions, I mean, now's the time. But what were we talking about before? We were talking about Revelation. So after this study, did you guys really want to do Revelation all over again? Is that like a serious thing? I think there's like 18 people who said yes. But if you guys really want to do that again, then I can start mentally preparing if you would like to, if that is a very serious thing. I just am so blown away by how everybody wants to do it again. Like, that really cracks me up. That really cracks me up. Like, how do I upload that to YouTube all over again? Like, that's like, I'm always here for the entire time unless I fall asleep. Awesome. Yes, I'm new here. I would love to see what you have to say with that. Hello, Larissa. I already said everything about it, which is why it's so funny, because they're already up on YouTube. Like, it's there. It's in my little YouTube that's in my TikTok profile. Like, it's all there, which I think is, I know there's people here who wasn't here for that, but like, in my mind, you guys are all the same people. And I just know that's not true. Like, Larissa, I think that's the first time is that the first time that you said something here? Or if you said something before, I don't think I've seen you before. Well, welcome. Thanks for being here. My name is Ryan. It is good to meet you. I will visit your channel. Need to go through it if it's too much to ask. No. It's no. I'm totally. I'm just. I just. I. What the reason why I'm saying that is because it's funny because this has been an ongoing thing. Like a lot of it's just been a conversation, and so I just think it's so funny. I think it's so funny. I just think it's so funny. I love Revelation. I mean, I would do it all over again. I feel we should cover a few more books and then do Revelation again. We might even get more out of Revelation. Oh, there's Dina, the one who said no. Oh man, I think that's so funny. Well, we got a long way to go before we're done with Matthew, so we'll play that one by ear and then we'll figure that one out. I think if you guys are here for when we go through Matthew 24 and Matthew 25, I really think you're gonna get the meat and potatoes of it all. Like I think like we're gonna be touching on so many things in Matthew 24. It's gonna force us to go to Daniel 9. We're gonna have to go to Revelation chapter 2 and 3. We're gonna go into Revelation chapter 6, which ultimately we'll go in Revelation 4 and 5 then too, just because why not? But it's gonna be fun. Oh man. I spent so much time taking notes in Revelation, I missed a bunch. Yeah, I totally get that. I completely understand. Being here feels at home. Awesome, man. I baked for Market during this whole segment. I baked for Market. I will visit your channel. No, Larissa, I'm not giving you a hard time at all. I am just messing with you. Hopefully you understand that. I am a child. If you haven't picked up on that. Revelation is unfolding in our eyes, one way or another. It seems to be setting the stage. You know what? It's interesting. Going through Revelation, get a lot of it's funny. Like me putting my face out here for you guys to look at. It's not something I really ever do. I don't have Instagram and I don't do the Facebooks or anything like that, so this is very unusual. But when you put yourself out there in a Revelation type of format, then everybody wants to come in and tell you why you're wrong. So that's always fun. I'm kind of getting used to it. Used to weigh on me a lot, but I'm just kind of normalized. It's normalized. Please explain about Jesus in the Old Testament. He's all over the place, man. I mean, you can look at the Passover lamb. Boom, Passover lamb right there. Genesis 22, when Abraham and Isaac go up on the mountain. That is a picture of what Jesus would be doing some 2,000 years later into the future, when Jesus would die on that same hill some 2,000 years in the future. And then another picture, you have, hold on, what's going on with my phone here? Hello? Oh gosh. Okay, there we go. Then you have Psalm 22. In Psalm 22, you starts out by saying, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Also in Psalm 22, you have the Tola worm, which is representative of Jesus Christ, just in a worm. And an actual insect, it's a picture of Jesus, because Jesus attached himself to a tree. He stained that tree crimson, and then, his children were freed because of it, which is awesome. That's in Psalm 22. Then you also have Zechariah chapter 9, where Jesus is, daughter, Zion talks about, "Behold, your king shall show up lowly on the colt of a foal of a donkey." Talks about that. That's how Jesus showed up. You have Zechariah chapter 12, which talks about, "They shall look upon him whom they pierced." Who could that possibly be referring to? That is talking about Jesus. You have all kinds of different pictures, all kinds of different types. Ruth, in the story of Ruth, you have Boaz, which is a picture of Jesus. You have Ruth, which is a picture of the Gentile church, the Gentile bride, and then you have Naomi, which is a picture of Israel. That is really, really cool right there. You have it's all over in the Old Testament. It's my first time here, and I'm going to go back to studying my Bible. I had stopped a long time. Very cool. Well, that's awesome. Well, we are here if you need us, Stockhausen. Hey, thank you, Tina. Thank you so much. In its entirety. Yes. It's a really cool thing. Hey, thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. Essie, thank you guys. Thank you so much. It is a neat thing. It's a neat thing. It's fun learning. I'm telling you that. Like, I mean, diving in, like, it's so funny because when you're reading the book of Matthew, we basically went, I don't like, that's what's so cool about these studies, in my opinion, is that I love them because we go everywhere else. Like, we were in the book of Matthew chapter 9 tonight. That's all we covered. But we were in so many different places in the Bible. And so when you start to dive in all other places of the Bible, that is how you gain perspective. And so when you're learning and you're going through all these other places in the Bible, you're getting a better view. And I think that's very helpful. Can you explain that pre-rapture thing you believe? Yes, sir, we'll join because I'm a Jesus girl, but at times my faith in him dims. Well, no place better, at least at this time of the night. And we're here like 3 times a week. And maybe tomorrow night we'll go live again around midnight. If I can do that, I will try to do that. But can you explain the pre-rapture thing, the pre-tribulation? I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. What do you mean? Can I explain that thing? The reason, are you asking why I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture? You should know what I'm going to ask. Yes, I think we'll probably try to go live tomorrow around midnight again. So if you want to dive in, we'll probably try to tackle at least chapter 10, maybe chapter 10 and 11, if I could do that. Are you in the full-time ministry? No, I am not at all. I'm just a student. What do you mean? I guess I don't know what your question is, DLP. What productions? What do you mean? Can I explain the pre-rapture? Are you asking? You want me to explain the entire Why? Are you asking me to explain why I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture? Is that what you're asking? Hey, thank you, Shauna. Did you experience backsliding? Oh man, dude, I had, yeah, I was not, I mean, I've had hills and valleys, obviously. I I'm definitely have grown the most I've ever grown probably in the last 2 years, I'd say. Within the last 2 years, I probably have grown the most ever. Yes, okay, so you're asking what is the pre-tribulation rapture? So I believe that there is coming a time that is referred to as the tribulation, which is a period of 7 years, which is referred to in Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7, which is documented as the time of Jacob's trouble. In Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, it's referred to as Daniel's 70th week. So there's a period of 7 years that is approaching in the future. Sometime, we don't know when it's going to start, but we know that it's a period of 7 years. So I believe that there is something called the rapture, where I believe the church, the people who are born again that are living right now, will be removed. Just like how Enoch was when Enoch walked with God, and then it says he was not. He was there, and then he was not. I believe we will be taken. We will be seized. We will be snatched away by force, which is what people refer to as the harpazo. So the English word rapture is not in the Bible, but the Greek word is harpazo. So if you were reading a Greek Bible, you would see the word harpazo, and you'd be like, oh, that's the rapture. It's just our English word for it. The Latin word is rapamir or raptoro. And so that is where we derive our English word from the Latin word, which is where we get the word rapture from. And so in the English version, there is not the word rapture, but it is there in Latin and obviously in Greek as well. So I believe that the rapture will occur before the tribulation. And the reason why I believe it will occur before the tribulation is there's multiple reasons. But one of my biggest ones is to understand who the 24 elders are in Revelation chapter 4 and 5. If you do a study on just the 24 elders in Revelation chapter 4 and 5, the question is, who are they and who do they represent? And when you dive into who they are, you start to learn who they aren't. They are not angels, and they are not the Jewish people. So if they're not the angels and if they're not the Jewish people, then who are they? Well, in Revelation chapter 5, they tell you that they are kings and priests. So when you do a study on who the people are who are kings and priests, and you just keep pulling on that thread, then you get lost in this amazing little bundle of yarn, and you're just like getting all tangled in it, and you're like, this is wonderful. But the kings and priests, there's only three people who in the entire Bible who are kings and priests, and that is a guy named Melchizedek, that is Jesus Christ, he was a king and priest as well, and then the church, which is found in 1 Peter chapter 2 verse 9, because Peter tells the church that we are a royal priesthood. And if you are royal, then what do you think of if I say, hey, they're royalty? What do you think of? Well, you're thinking that they're kings or queens. So if they're kings or a royal priesthood, if they're a royal priest, if that's a royal priest, that is a king and priest. And so you and I are kings and priests. And so when the 24 elders identify themselves to be kings and priests in Revelation chapter 5, it's just like, man, that's super cool. And so then you're just looking at that and you're like, well, why does this matter? And the reason why it matters is because they're in heaven before Revelation chapter 6, because in Revelation chapter 6, that is when the seals are opened, they are torn, they are broken, they are opened. The seven seals, there are seven seals, there are seven trumpets, and there are seven bowl judgments. And so the church is in heaven before the seals are broken, which is very important to understand. And so that is one of the main reasons why I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Why can't we rebuke ourselves? We have to say the Lord rebuke you. Where can I find it in the Bible? Why can't we? Oh, why can't we? I thought you were asking to like rebuke ourselves. Rebuke. Why can't we rebuke? Are you asking why we can't rebuke Satan? If you go to Jude verse 8 and verse 9, you will see that Michael was contending with Lucifer, and he was contending with the devil, and he told him, he said, the Lord rebuke you. So if you go to Luke verse 8 or 9, verse 8 and 9, it'll give you that picture there of the Michael using rebuking Satan, and it's very instructive what he does there. But also in Matthew. Yeah, but that's in Jude. I'm trying to think of Zechariah. And in Zechariah chapter 3 verse 2, it's interesting. In Zechariah chapter 3 verse 2, you also see this really, really curious picture in Zechariah chapter 3 verse 2, where Zechariah is having this vision. And so Zechariah is having this vision, and he sees three people standing in front of him. And so do you struggle in reading the Bible, and how do you overcome it? I study. So reading the Bible is difficult for me, but if I try to study it, then that completely changes your perspective. Because if you just attack the Bible in a reading casually type of mindset, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you're struggling with reading it, if you tell yourself that I'm going to study it, then your mindset completely changes. Because then you'll spend like hours in one chapter. And so I think that's like something that we need to really understand, that in our American society, if you're from America, we are basically born and raised to be like, I read the book of Matthew today. as if it's a competition, as if it's something that, we need to be like a speed racing through the entire book. Because many times, there's nothing wrong with just reading and reading and reading and going and going and going. But there's a completely different understanding when you actually study and actually dive in. Like, it literally took us probably around 2.5 hours just to go through Matthew chapter 9 tonight. Or probably around 3 hours. And that produces more fruit. And that really resonates in your mind and bounces around more. So maybe try studying rather than just casually reading. Anyways, in Zechariah chapter 3, verse 2, it says, "And the Lord said to Satan, the Lord rebuke you, Satan." And so here in that context, what's going on there is Zechariah, the prophet, Zechariah the priest, is having this vision, and he sees 3 people standing in front of him. He sees Joshua, the high priest. He sees Lucifer, who is the accuser of the brethren, and he sees Jesus. So he sees 3 people standing in front of him. And so he's watching. He sees the high priest, he sees Lucifer, and he sees Jesus. And then what he sees is he sees Jesus saying, "The Lord rebuke you." And that's fascinating, because the word Lord is mentioned time and time again in Zechariah chapter 3, verse 2. It says, "And the Lord said to Satan, the Lord rebuke you. The Lord who has chosen Jerusalem rebuke you." He said it twice. Very interesting. So very instructive, type of a monkey see, monkey do type of mentality there, I suppose. Yeah, absolutely, Karina. Yeah, meditate on it. Absolutely. Lisa, that's great too. Yeah, meditation has the meditation is not emptying your mind. Like people who go to yoga, they say empty your mind and just clear your mind, and that's very dangerous, because I don't want to clear my mind. I want to fill my mind, and that is what meditation is. You are pouring it in there, and you are meditating on his word day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the water, which is what Psalm chapter 1 talks about. I still wish I understood the connections and backstories, though. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what studying really does. We do these studies as a family, and my kids get dizzy from going all over the place in our Bibles. Let's go, ABCs. Man, oh man. Why do you think Yeshua used the traditional Galilean wedding as the framework as story of salvation? Framework as story of salvation. Because the Galilean wedding was different than any other wedding in that area. In all Judea, like the wedding at Galilee, the Galilean wedding was unique, because the Galilean wedding, the thing that was unique about the Galilean wedding is that nobody knew when it was going to occur. It was a surprise wedding. And so any other place that you would go to in Judea, everybody knew when the wedding was going to happen. Kind of like if you were going to have a marriage, you would send out, save the date, right? Like, it's going to be on September 2nd of, whatever year. And so that's what you would do. That's what all the other nation, or all the areas did in that region. And so that's why Galilean wedding was unique, because they did not know. Hopefully that helps. Sheesh, do you think heaven is very far away from the earth, or in a realms where only holy people can go? Heaven. Very interesting. According to the Bible, from my understanding, there are 3 heavens. You have, but don't get that twisted. That's just, you need to understand what it's referring to. So the heaven that we see right here, the first heaven is where the birds fly. The birds are flying in the first heaven. The second heaven is where the sun, moon, and stars are. That's the second heaven. And the third heaven is where God is. So that is what that is referring to as far as the heavens. There are multiple heavens, but it's all in context. And I forget the question. Hello, David. Good morning. I got inspired while being here. Let's go, Karina. That's awesome. That is super cool. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that helped in any kind of way, but hopefully that kind of helps a little bit. But yeah, no. We're gonna be getting to I just think it's very current to what we're diving into in the book of Matthew right now, because we're going to be, like I told you earlier, we're going to be talking about Matthew 24. And in Matthew 24, Jesus tells his people to not to be deceived. And I think that's very important to really key in on, being deceived. And so, if he says it 3 times in Matthew 24, it's something we should pay attention to. The option is on the table for you and I to be deceived. And so this is why, what is the only true thing that you know beyond a shadow of a doubt? Like, I know you love your wife or husband or whatever, and I know you trust them with your life and all that kind of stuff, but what is truth? What is truth? According to Jesus in John chapter 17, Jesus says, sanctify them by your word. Your word is truth. This word right here, this is literally the only thing that you have. And got to stay as close to this as you possibly can. Your word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. Very important. Do you believe Christians can lose your salvation? Hello, King Coop. I do not. I do not believe that you can lose your salvation. The question that I think is the one to really be focusing on is, were you ever saved to begin with? That is what I would argue. I believe if you are saved, then I believe you are always saved. And I think the prodigal son is a perfect picture of that. And what do I mean by that? I mean, everybody knows the prodigal son, which is why I like using this story, because everybody knows it, right? The son goes to the father, and he's like, Dad, give me my inheritance. And so the dad's like, okay, here you go. And so then the son goes away, and he wastes it, and he blows it all on all the worst things in the world. And then next thing you know, he's out of money, he's out, and he's eating pig food. And he is just bottom of the barrel stuff. But he was doing all the terrible stuff ever. Now, the question that I would ask you, at that moment, when he is literally doing all the bad things that you and I would say is, that's the worst thing ever, my question to you is, was there ever a point of time when he was at his worst that he was not the son of that father? Was there ever a time where he lost his sonship? And my answer is no. So I believe if you are born again, in John chapter 1, verse 11 and 12, it tells us that he came into his own, and his own did not receive him, but to them who did receive him, to them he gave the right to become. To them he gave the right to become children of God. And so when you become a child of God, you are told, and Paul tells us, that you become a new creation. And so when you become a new creation, the visual, I want you to visualize that what you become when you become born again. New creation. So I want you to visualize whatever your imagination comes up with. Right when you become born again, I want you to imagine that new creation. And then I want you to imagine you losing that new creation and going back to the old creation. And then I want to imagine that you become an old creation. And then you go, new creation, old creation, new creation, old creation. Like, how does it work? Like, how many times can you be born again? And so that's the question that I like to, that's the way that I like to kind of paint that picture and ask those questions to really provoke, stimulate the mind a little bit. But, I believe when you become a new creation, I think that you are that creation. And I think that that's who you are. So hopefully that makes sense. King Coop. My spirit of war and helps me a lot. It's because of New Age practices. New Age practices, yeah, be very, very on guard about this New Ageism. Just wanted to say, hey, hello, robot. Been too long. Good to see you. Second John, Talix. No, that's, wait, what? Second John what? I agree. I don't believe you can lose your salvation. Jesus says in John 5:24 that we get eternal life by believing. Absolutely, man. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Very cool. Hey, thank you, Essie. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's very cool. What does God mean by being lazy? Does he mean lazy in being laborers for the kingdom? Do you have a verse, Denkus Babel? Babel? What chapter is your friend going to be on with you? Lighthouse. Yeah, I remember you. Robot. Absolutely. Um, um, Matthew 24. Matthew 24 is the chapter. The letter to the elect woman. Yeah, Daleks, that letter to the elect woman, I think that is probably, that's a letter that's probably being written to Mary, if I had to guess. If, that's just my opinion. It's just my 2 cents, but if you read it and you look at it that type of way, and you remember what Jesus said to John when he was on the cross, and then you see John who is writing to the elect lady, I think it's to me, I think it makes the most sense that he's probably writing that to Mary. Have a good night, Miracle. Yeah, Robot, it's good to see you again. When we believe, we go from death to life, and if we lose it, then it wasn't eternal life. There you go. That's good too. That is good too. Absolutely. Really enjoyed study tonight. Good night, everyone, and have a good night tomorrow. You have a good day and a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. Hey, thank you for that heart sunshine girl. Thank you so much. So all of these are up on YouTube. I'm going to get out of here as well. I think that this was a fun one. I enjoyed this. Thank you guys so much for being here. I want you guys to understand how I like the most important thing. It's okay if you disagree with me on some of these secondary issues, but I want to let you know what I believe as far as how to know for sure you can get to heaven. This is the most important thing ever. Literally the most important thing ever. You need to understand that, number one, you're a sinner and that you are under a death penalty. That's bad news. That is what the book of Romans, chapter 1, 2, and 3 are all about. It's telling you the bad news. You need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is that you're a sinner and that you're under a death penalty. That's the bad news. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Romans 6:23 says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. Thank you, Chris. That is wonderful. So you need to believe that you need to acknowledge that you're a sinner. Number two, you need to believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, and that he died on the cross for your sins, and that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. There's a picture that we are given that Jesus tells us about in the Gospel of Luke about this Pharisee coming out of the synagogue, and he is just like praising himself, and he's like, God, I thank you that I am not like all of these heathens. And then Jesus says, then there was another man who came out, and he couldn't even look up into heaven, but he beat on his chest, and he said, God, be merciful to me, a sinner. And Jesus said, assuredly I say to you, that man went down to his house justified. Thank you, Diane. And so it's this beautiful picture. That man, he didn't say that about the Pharisee. He didn't say that about that person who was being very arrogant and so boastful and proud and loud and boisterous. But the man who couldn't even look. And he's like, God. And he acknowledged him, and he acknowledged that he was a sinner, and he asked. And that's unbelievable. For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It's a free gift. It's not by going to church. It's not by getting water baptized. It's not by speaking in tongues. It's not by doing all of these things. It is for by grace are you saved through faith. And that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God. Not of works, lest any man should boast. That is it. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, 3 through 4. You see it, and Paul tells you in his words, he says that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to those scriptures. The scriptures he's pointing you back to the Old Testament. All of this is in the Old Testament. That's what he's referring to when he says the scriptures. It's so cool. So that is the most important thing. So that is what I want you guys to know more than anything else. Like I said before, there's a YouTube link up here if you guys want to go check it out. All of those TikTok all of these Bible studies, these verse by verse Bible studies. We talk about everything going on in the world. We talk about Israel. I ask you guys to pray for Israel, lift them up. There's a lot of people in here who are praying for each other, and I think that's awesome. I love you guys. I think it's so neat, like this little community that we have. I mean, it's so cool. Like people are getting to know each other. Like who would have thought? And we've been doing this for a year, and so relationships have been made, and that's really, really cool. And the most important thing that's going on here is fruit. And that is what we're hoping for. We're hoping to spread the gospel, and we are hoping that fruit is multiplied, and that we are trying to edify one another, and we're trying to grow. We're all growing together, and I think that's very cool. It's a really, really cool picture that we are able to do this, and so I'm thankful for it. And so, yeah. That is what I want you guys to know. Like I said before, all of these will be up on YouTube. If you want to go subscribe over there, I would appreciate that, just in case, because if they kick me off of here, then maybe we can go over there. But I don't think you can go live on YouTube until you get a certain amount of followers over on YouTube. And I don't have that yet because I didn't get an alert. So anyways, we're going to keep on doing this, but hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow night around midnight, and we will cover Matthew chapter 10 at the very least. So yes, you guys have a good night, and I will talk to you later, and tell somebody about Jesus if you can. All right, see you guys.